last class, we have discussed about Node.js routing. So let me open this. Yeah. So we discussed about the HTTP router. Create server, and we also made the every routing in a separate folder. That's router.map routes here. So we have made a routing everything here. That's perfect. Node.js done. But here there are some limitations which are there in Node.js. The core Node.js, if you are using, there are some limitations, and we'll just discuss about those limitations. So now, first of all, limitations of Node.js. Limitations of Node.js. So what limitations of Node.js is? See here, the very first one. If URL is equal to slash, if URL is equal to slash about slash profile slash contact and 404. See, we are giving the URL is slash about profile. So what exactly this slash about and slash profile? So this is the request which is coming from the client, the browser. Can anyone please mute? Yeah, okay. Mute all. 1 second. Fine. Okay. So what is this URL means? It is a request which is coming from the client. So what type of request is going to come from the client? You will get a HTTP request, because the request and response which is uh, between the client and server is HTTP request, HTTP response. So in HTTP there are some different type of requests like get request, post request, put request, and delete request mostly. And trace also there. We'll just keep it as of now. 4. Get, post, put, and delete. So why get request is if you want to get anything from the server. Okay, get, if you want to get information from the server. And the same thing we also use to uh, read operation at database. If you want to get some any employee data from database, we use the get request only, and then post. So this is to send some information to the server. Same like whenever you want to create requests. So when you want to create a new employee, we use the post request, and then put. So put is to update at server side. You want to update something at server side which already there. So this is also used for update operations at database, and then delete. So delete means you want to delete any data at server side. Okay, and the same thing we also use to delete a record at database. Okay, I'm talking about here server, and same thing for database connection. Once done, that database operation also here. So for this HTTP request, we have these many type of requests, right? But here we have just URL slash URL about URL profile, but there is no clear separation here to identify is that a get request or post request or delete request, correct? So that type of clear separation is not there. Okay, the very first limitation is there is no, okay, so there is no clear separation of HTTP request. That's the first thing. Okay, and then when you come to the views, okay, one second, that's okay. We will finish this part first. So there is no clear separation of HTTP request, done. And then what about this respond.end? With this function respond.end, there's only one function which will take a string as a parameter. And if you want to send some data back to the client, and we have to read like a file system, fs.read file, we have to read the entire file like a in a string format, and that string we have to send as a response. So what type of data can be sent from the server to the client, I mean in the form of response. So in the form of HTTP response, not just a string, you may send, okay, you may send a plain text, yes, or else you can send HTML tags you can send from the server, or you can send a whole HTML file from the server as a response, or you can also send, the very important is JSON, because the data which is coming mostly, the data transfer between the client and server is JSON only. Even when you're discussing about Angular and React, so data which is coming from the server is a form of JSON. So and even complete transfer will be in the form of JSON data. But there is no clear separation of how to send data in a JSON format. There's no separate function for that. And also, I want to download a file from the server. So for all the different type of responses, there is no clear method to identify what type of data we are able to send to the server. Okay, this is one limitation, and we can overcome this limitation in Express.js. Wait, slowly we are shifting to Express.js now, and I tell you what is Express.js. Next, okay, this is fine. And finally, one more is there in the views folder. I have a HTML, right? So this HTML, but here in this HTML, I have configured the HTML things and also the style. See how I write the styles. I have written the styles in a form of style tag. So why I have written a style tag is there is no, uh, there is no setup to make these static files to be keep in one file. There's no public folder access and something like that. So this styles you must have to write in a style tag. There is no chance of writing them in a style.css, which will not detect by the Node.js server. So you have to do a lot of configurations. Actually, you can do these things, but you have to compromise on this because you have to do a lot of configuration, because that's how the core technology works. Okay, so here, so no separation of style sheets. Not only style sheets, you want to connect to extra JavaScript files which are required for something dynamic here on the client side, so which is not there. And even the image files setup is not there. Okay, so these many. And also one more thing is template engine. Template engine support is also not there. Okay, what is template engine is the same way how we are doing the DOM manipulation at the client side. The same way, I want to display something dynamic on the page from the server side. It is the process of template engine. It's a new concept. Don't worry. So we have these many limitations here. So it's not it's just a limitation, not a drawbacks. Okay, it means you can do these things, but high configuration is required. Okay, so instead we are shifting to the Express.js. Okay, so what is Express.js? Is that really again a new platform like Node.js we have to install and you have to configure everything? No, Express.js it is just one npm module. I can say it is a third-party module, and some people call it as a library of Node.js also, library of Node.js. So let me talk about. I think we all know the CSS, right? So CSS, but CSS library is Bootstrap. So what you can do with CSS, you can also do with a Bootstrap, and what you can do with Bootstrap, you can also do with CSS. But why we switch to Bootstrap is to to easy of developing a complex UI components. We are shifted to Bootstrap, and the same way we have JavaScript and jQuery. jQuery is a library of JavaScript. So jQuery has come to simplify the DOM manipulation. So we feel a slight complex in doing the JavaScript DOM manipulation, but which is made simplified in jQuery and as well as plugins and form validations and Ajax. So this simplified what you can do with JavaScript. Fine. And the same way you have a Node.js. So Node.js is again it's a platform to develop the server side web applications, but uh, slight slight complex process to do all this type of configurations. So we shifted to shifting to Express.js. So Express.js again a library of Node.js, and which will be Express. See, the name itself is Express. Express means the faster web development at the server side. We have to use Express.js, and don't think Express.js is something else. This internally using Node.js only, but which provides an extra layer. We don't need to configure the low level things. Express.js will take care about all this. Okay, you just have the clear separation of functions also. Okay, so that's about Express.js. And then how to install Express.js. So Express.js, shall I install in the locally or globally? You must have to install in the local, because some application we may use Node.js, some application we may use Express.js. So I wanted to install Express.js in the local. So you can just do npm install Express. Okay, so what are the advantages which which overcome these limitations? Let me talk about here. Let me paste them again. So there is no clear separation of HTTP requests in a Node.js. So here we have there is a clear separation of HTTP requests. So we have a different function support is there, like app.get is a function. So here you can provide the slash app.get. So this is for the get request. So you have a clearly understand, yes, it is a get request. And for next app.post. So for post request, we have a separate function. So some path, I'm not giving the actual path. This is for 1 second. This is for the post request, and then we have. Let me do one thing. So app.put is there. So this is for the put request, and app.delete function is there. This is for the delete request. So this is a clear separation of HTTP requests in Express.js. And then what about response? So for response, you want to send a plain text. You have a function response.send. See, in Node.js, it is response.end, only one function. Here, response.send is a function. And then you want to send a whole HTML. You don't need to read like a file system. You have a shortcut. That is response.send file. Response.send file. Okay, so directly you can access that. You don't need to read like with the file system string data. And then JSON, we have response.json is a function. And then to download a file, you have response.download is a function. Okay, and then no clear separation of uh, style sheets. So separation of style sheets and JS files are available. And there's a one more concept in Express.js is also called as static files. Static files configuration. Okay, once you configure, you can just start using all the static files. So that is available. And here template engine support is also there. So template engine means there is a function actually response dot render function. Instead of response dot send file, you have response dot render is for template engine. There are some template engines available like EJS and PUG and um, EJS, PUG, and one other thing is there Jade. Okay, and these are like some template engines. So we'll talk about the template engines once we start Express.js. Okay, fine. So these many advantages are there, and even if you are using Express.js is nothing but internally it is using Node.js only. Okay, so let's have a look how to create a server with Express.js and how to configure these things, and uh, and then we'll see the routing also. Okay, so let's have a look. So let me go to my um, web storm. So here I will create a new folder. new directory. So 07 underscore express. So creating servers. So I will create one JS file, that is app.js. That's the main application to server startup. And before we start explaining about, start coding about Express, I show you the official website of Express. So let me go to Google once. Yeah, here. Yeah, here. Okay. So here let's search for Express JS. If I type Express.js, you will get the direct website called expressjs.com. It's a Node.js web application framework. It's a framework of Node.js. So Express is simply Express. It's a faster, it's a web development, web application framework for Node.js. It's a free and open source. And 2010 it is released, almost along with Node.js it is. Okay. So current version 4.17.1 from almost 7 months ago. Okay, its a platform is Node.js. It runs on Node.js only. Okay, so let me open Express. Yes, expressjs.com, and this is the Express. So fast and unopinionated minimalist web framework for Node.js, and you can install like this: npm install express hyphen hyphen save. So here, this is the official website, and here you have a lot of I mean some navigation here. So how to install, how to make hello world, what is express generator, what is basic routing, static files configuration, and if you go to some advanced topics, template engines, process manager, security updates. So the complete information is available here. So let me click on this getting started. So how to install, you have to create a folder and then do npm init to create a package or json, and then entry point install express, and then hello world. So how to write hello world is, so like this is the minimal code of express. Yeah, I just explained this process now. So let me go back here. Yes, see, as I said, express.js is a third party module, and if it is a third party module, you can install using npm install express, and you can even write hyphen hyphen save. It saves an entry in the package.json. But whenever you want to install npm module, any third party module, you must have a one package.json, and after that you can install. So we don't have a package.json. Let me create it, and we know how to create a package.json. Let me open in terminal and just say npm init. This is the command to install create a package.json. So press enter. Okay, it asks some questions. So package name same, version same, description, so express js creating servers example, entry point same, test command no, git repository no, keywords no keywords. If you wish, you can write the author name, your name, and then yes, just say yes. Okay, so now um, package.json has created, and then we'll install the express.js. So go to same terminal. Here, how to install the locally is npm, and also see that here there is no dependent modules configuration. It will come now with the command. So npm install express hyphen hyphen save and press enter. So it requires internet connection. It downloads the express.js from the Google and keeps inside a node modules folder and makes an entry in the package.json as well. So see, I show you. So 4.17.1 is the current version. See, 4.17.1 current version. So let's check here. Okay, so Express 4.17.1. So current version has come. Fine. So once you install and where this Express.js, see, it's got a dependencies entry, express, and with the version. And when I see node modules folder, you have a all the supported modules, all depend modules along with our Express.js as a dependency. And here we have a lot of other applications here. Okay, fine. And once we have done with this, and let's create a server with Express.js as well. So previously we have discussed how to create a server with a basic core module called HTTP module, right? HTTP.create server, and we have to set up all the status code, status send header, and listen. This much configuration is done with a core. This is a core language. So library or framework means it's less amount of code you have to write. So let's see. Let me load the express now. So constant express is equal to require express. So I got the express, and then so as soon as you load the express, you have to initialize the express so that it starts working as soon as you initialize. So the next step is constant app is equal to express open close. You have to call this the same the value, the variable like a function. So it didn't say function actually. So that function when you call it's start initialize the express.js, and along with that I need the one host name. So constant host name is equal to 127.0.0.1, and the constant port number and 3000. Okay, and then how to make a configuration here is you can write directly for get request. Just say directly amp dot get, and here you will give the slash as a default request parameter URL, and then you have two, sorry, you have one callback which contains request and response. This is how it is. But one more thing is, see, for get, if I keep a cursor here, it says unresolved function or method get. So thus is not able to recognize what is this get function. So if you have this type of issue in WebStorm, so you have to configure the Express library to the WebStorm. So how to load Express library to the WebStorm is, if you want to, if you get rid of this type of errors, so you have to go to file settings, and here, yes. So this one, language and frameworks. You have to select the JavaScript, expand the JavaScript. You have libraries. So in that, so there are some predefined libraries are there, Lodash and all other things. So let me load the Express library as well to start automatically recognizing these functions. So here you can just click on a download button. So it's fetching all the list of libraries of JavaScript. So here you can have a search for Express. It's in alphabetical order. So A B C D E Express. So there is a name called Express here. Yes, Express. So let me just select the Express and then download. See, now it is installing npm module type slash express. So it takes a bit time. Okay, indexing. Yeah, done. So as soon as it is downloaded, you get the option here enabled type slash express. If you have done this enable, so automatically the express functions you can start using it. Okay, it just comes automatic. Um, I mean, what do you call the automatic? What you can say? The automatic name can be displayed here. Okay, so let me click on OK. Yeah, see, now error is gone, and you can just say control space. You have a get request, post request. See, it starts recognizing all the functions. Fine. So now get request. Okay. So here what you have to write. Generally, in Node.js, we have to configure this, the set header, the status code, and all this. Here, nothing required. We can just simply say the response. Now, there's a function called send. Response dot send. In Node.js, it was send function. I mean end function. Now here send function. Here I write backtick. I write some h2 slash h2. So let's say style equal to color blue violet. Just say welcome to Express.js. Welcome to Express.js. And finally, you have to write app.listen to the port number and the host name, comma one callback. So here you write console.log backtick. So server is started at http colon slash slash. So the host name colon port number. Okay, so this how I mean the basic configuration about Express.js server. And let me run the program one second. Yeah, Shruti, tell me.
Uh, uh, we we are creating the server here.
Yeah, sorry.
We are creating the server, sir, here.
Okay, I got it. I tell you. See, in Node.js, yeah. So in Node.js, yeah, good question. In Node.js, what we do is HTTP dot create server. So we will create a server, and then
Yeah.
we'll configure URL things and all right internally.
Yeah.
So here we don't need to create a server actually. So whenever I say app.listen, so this internally having a create server. I think I can check now.
Okay.
Okay, it is going here. Yeah, this is actually listen function, port number, host name. This internally it was having the HTTP dot one sec.
Okay.
Actual implementation is not there. It's going to the I think it's interface. It is interface. So function is B. C. They have configured here the HTTP dot create server. So previously we used to give create server and listen to port number like this
Yeah.
generally, right? So but
Yeah.
whenever you are doing the listen, because it creates a layer on Node.js. Okay, we don't need to I mean do the scratch level
Manually. Okay.
those things. So it
Okay.
automatically does
Create.
internally this part. So when you call
Okay.
the listen, the create server. Okay,
Okay. I got.
fine. Yeah. So this is server startup logic, and let me start the server once. I go to terminal. So I say I start with nodemon because we already installed nodemon. Okay. So nodemon space app.js. So when I run this, yes, I got this, and server is started at this port number. Let me click on this. Yes, you got the message. Welcome to Express.js. Fine. This is how a I mean Express.js server works. Fine. And also along with this, let me also show you the examples of different type of response. So as of now, we have made is response.sender to send a normal a plain text or a HTML string. But I also show you how to make a whole HTML file as a response and the JSON response and how to download a file from the server. Okay, so let's make these four things in the same file. Okay, so plain text we have done and its path is slash. So when I make a slash path, I have to get the this HTML tag. And when I make slash home, so when you are making a slash home, I have to get the HTML file as index.html. I have to respond. And when I make slash JSON, I have to get the JSON response. And finally, when I say slash download, so I need to download the file. So I need to download a file. Okay, so let's make these things also. Let's make index.html. I quickly create one HTML file. So here uh, I do right click new HTML. So let's make but do one thing. Why again HTML time waste? We have already HTML file, right? In the creating service. Yeah, let me copy the index.html and I'll just keep it here. But it was using something. Okay, let me change now. It is Express.js and light blue. I'll change to orange red and welcome to Express.js. Yeah. So this is the file I want to display from Express.js. So in Node.js, what you have to do, you have to read like a file system, fs.read file and all this. We don't need all the file system module also, but we just need a path because you have to configure the actual path of the file. So I need a path module. So it's a path module is from core. So let's say path module. Yeah. So here I'll also configure here get what get a HTML tag and let's make get a HTML file. So how to do that is again app.get here let's make slash comma no it's slash I have given home. When it says slash home index.html will come. So slash home is the path comma one function. So that is having two parameters. One is a request and response. So here what you do is response dot there's a function directly send file. Send file. You have to give the file name. So path dot join underscore underscore directory name comma index dot html. That's it. You don't need to read like a file system. So respond dot send file path dot join index dot html. Okay, so let me test this application with this particular URL. And I have already started live server with Node.1, so we don't need to consider again starting. It will take care about automatically as soon as the file change happens. So back to the client here. When you make a slash request, normal HTML tag, and when you make a slash home, it's gonna get the index or HTML as a response. So when I make slash home, press enter. Yes, I will get the complete HTML as a response. Okay, this looks good. And then let's make other two. One is JSON response and one is download a file. So let's make the JSON response. So here get JSON response. Okay, so mostly we use JSON response only when you're dealing with the actual front end like Angular and React. Okay, because we don't need to send HTML files from the server because we can manage these files with Angular, the client itself. We only just need data transfer that is through JSON. Okay, we'll talk about this in future. App dot get now app dot get and what's the path slash JSON. It's our own path. Okay, you can make any other path. So here you have a request and response. Yeah, here we write response.json, but we need to have one at least one object, right? I'll do one thing. Do we have any array or something? Yes, we have just objects and core modules. Oh, we don't have any array. Fine. Let's create an object. So let's employees is equal to one array. I want to send this as a this and response. So one employee object. So let's quickly create. So name John and age 40 and designation as a manager. Okay, so three fields in objects. Let's create another object. So name Wilson and some 45 years is the senior manager, and one last object. So something Rajan around 25 years and he is a software engineer. Okay, so here I have employees array which having three objects. So I have to send these data as a JSON response to the client. So what you do is response.json, simply you can say employees. Okay, this is how response.json works. So now check get JSON. I'm gonna get this data. So let me go back here. When I make slash JSON, when I enter, see, I get the data in a JSON format, and we can read this and convert to an object, and you can start using this in HTML at the client side. And one last thing, how to download a file. So to download a file from server, so you write again app.get slash download is my path, comma, but we need one file, right, to download. But let me grab one. mm, Let me go to my desktop. Let me grab at least one file like UI developments, codes, content, Angular, React. What all this? It's a complete documentation. Okay, something HTML day 3. Yeah, I got one PDF file, and this file I'll keep in a main application folder itself. Yeah, HTML day3.pdf. Okay, so I will download this. So let's make a callback with the request and response. So I say respond dot download, and you can give the path. So path dot join underscore directory name, comma, the file name is, let me get the file name. So refactor rename, let me copy this, and sorry, substitute here. Okay, so whenever you say slash download, and you're gonna get the download of this particular file from the server. Let's also test that, and back to here. So when I say slash download, when I enter, see, one file got downloaded. Okay, so we made different type of responses. Now when you make a slash request, you get the normal HTML page, and when you make a slash home, you get the home page with the HTML. And when I make JSON, I get a JSON response, and when I make download, I got download of a file. Fine. And these different type of responses we can send from the Express server. And one last thing I want to tell you in this file is back to here. See, yeah, separation of style sheet, JS, and image files. So static files configuration. So what exactly this one? See, in my HTML, how we configure the styles. We have configured the styles using a style tag. But generally, when you make a website, you never configure styles using style or CSS. I mean, you never configure with the style tag. You have to make a style or CSS external style sheet. So I want to do that process now. So what I do, I will create a folder I call the folder as public folder. So public folder generally we create it server side, that is like publicly available. So without irrespective of any request. Okay, it's a public folder. So in the public folder, I will create one style sheet, styles.css. Okay, in public folder I have created style.css, and what I do, I will cut this enter styles, and I'll keep it here. Then we made a styles here, and what I do, I'll just delete this, and I will make a link to that file. So public folder slash style.css. So simply what I have done is, instead of writing a style tag here, I have taken all the styles to the style.css, and I have configured the exact path of the style.css in my HTML, and then I save it. Okay, so now let me test this. Is that really working or not as expected? So home page, okay, working. But when I say slash, yeah, when I say slash home, right? So when I enter home, see, I got the text except the styles. See, it's having a background color orange, red, and font family, text center, color white. It's nothing applied, just HTML has come. So what is this happen? Why the styles is not applied? Thing is, when you enter a home, right? See, let me go back to the routing now. Yeah. So when I make a home request, okay, get request. So what happened? Respond.send to file index.html. So we just tell to the Express server that whenever you get a home request, I have to send index.html. So index.html has served, but internally there are some other file has linked up. That's called from public folder. So this nowhere you have configured to serve the files from the public folder. Okay, so that's why this file has not served to you on the client. So you have to configure these things also at the server side. That's how you have to do it server side coding. So you have to configure this thing also at server side. So how to configure this is generally what exactly the public folder is. So which contains the static files, like any files like the CSS styles files or any JavaScript plugins kind of files, any images. So those type of data we're gonna keep in publicly accessible folder, and we have to configure the public folder to the Express.js. Irrespective of any URL, you must have to serve this public folders. So how to configure that is, see, that is already given in the Express.js website. See, if I click on getting started, static files. If I click on static files, see, you can do the option app.use express.static as a public. You see, for example, use the following code to serve images, CSS files, and JavaScript files in a directory name public. Okay, so like JPG files, style.css, this everything will be configured uh, properly. You can make some other folder like static, like that. So I have a folder is public. So let me copy this line. Okay, so way to configure is in your app.js before routing starts here. So let's say configure static files path. So let me paste. So this is must and should. Okay, app.use, but my folder name is public. I have a folder name is public. So I'll just configure the public and express.static public. Fine. So if we have configured this thing, so it automatically start recognizing the public files, and whatever the public file configuration you have done, it automatically serves them irrespective of any URL. Okay. So now let's check here again, and when I hit enter, see now the styles has come. Okay, if you wanted to know that, let me inspect. mm, yeah, here you can check in the network tab. mm, CSS. Okay, let me refresh once. Not visible. See, style.css has sent from the server now. Okay, so if you click on all, see what is this? Home page is served. Style.css is also served, and ng-validate.js. I think this is internal configuration of Express. Okay, so these static files has been serving from the server. But if you have not configured this, let me comment out this. If you have not configured them, and when I click on the refresh, see the style.cs has been cancelled, so which has been not served from the server. Okay, so let me keep it enabled so that if you refresh, now it is serving happily. Okay, that's how you can configure your application specific the static files here. So that's done. So now what we understand in this example is how to create a server and how to send the different paths and different type of responses. And one more thing, what is my plan is, let's make routing as well. Okay, so let's create a routing also with Express.js because we know how to make a separate style sheet, right? So we'll make a routing. But in this routing, I have a plan. So plan means a simple normal HTML routing. I don't feel looks good. So what I do is I will make a good website which is uh, having a proper routing. What is the website is in CSS we have develop a website, right? I'll just open a website. Let me go to our online classes, CSS complete files. We made a website that is the gadgets website. Yes, so this website. So this website we have developed using HTML and CSS. So what is my plan is I want to show. See, this is actually running in the client now. Okay, so this website I want to make it run from the Express server. Okay, so and don't expect me to write everything the complete source code. I just copy paste only, but only thing I tell you how to configure this entire website and where to configure what. Okay, so let's create another folder called Express routing, and where I'll send this entire website as a response from the server. Okay, so let's start. So I will create a new directory. So 08 underscore express. So routing, now express routing, and okay, fine. And here I'll create one JavaScript app.js, but I have to create first package.json. So let me right click. First, let me stop the existing server. And one more thing, see, already server is running at the 3000 port number here, right? But without stopping it, if you're starting again, you get the error call the port number already used. So make sure you stop the server better and make sure you close it also. Yeah, and let me select this routing, open in terminal. Okay, so here they say npm init, package name routing and version same, description express routing example on CSS website, entry point same app.js, test command nothing, no git repository, no keywords, license. Okay, yes. So yeah, I got package.json and let me install Express.js as well. So npm install express hyphen hyphen save, press enter. Yeah, Express also installed. So let me write the server side logic. So first of all, you have to say constant express equal to require express, and then you say constant app is equal to express. You have to call like a function to initialize, and I also need a path module. Constant path is equal to require path, and let me make the port number and host name. So constant host name is equal to 127.0.0.0.1, and the constant port number some 3000, and then let's make app.get the basic default get request, and I'll make one callback which having two parameters. One is request and one is response. So let me make respond dot send the basic response normal HTML. So I make backtick h2 slash h2. So I'll make style equal to color red. Okay, just say welcome to Express routing, and finally just say app dot listen. You have to give the port number and then host name, comma one callback again. So console.log server, let's make Express server started at http colon slash slash host name colon port number. Okay, so I have done the configuration, and let me start the server once and let's check, and then we'll configure all other remaining things. So go to terminal. Let's say nodemon, because I want to make an automatic restart. So nodemon space app.js. So server started. Let me click on this. Let me close the previous one. Yes, this is our thing. So welcome to Express routing. Done. So server's up and running now. So now first thing I want to configure is the static files configuration, but I don't have a public folder. I create a public folder as well. So right click new directory public folder. Fine. And let me configure that. So app.use public comma express.static. Here you have to provide the public. Okay. So done. Uh, so let's make the series website now. So let's see the series website. I just go to the gadgets website here. Yeah. So here uh, I got a set of HTML files and series folder and images folder. So the plan is I'll keep all HTML files in the views folder. Okay, I'll tell you the folder structure now. Here, public folder. Public folder is for the static files like .js files or .series files or image files, any audio video files, those things. And then views folder is a view part. So views folder contains all the HTML files. Okay, and let's create a router folder in future. This is for routing. Let's say application routing. And app.js is the main app file. Okay, this is the main application file. Okay, this is how you have to configure. So public folder have it. Views folder I create. So right click new directory views, and let me also configure the routing folder or router folder. Sorry, I have made a spelling mistake. Router, yeah. Right click new directory router. So I have public folder, router and views. So go back to my CSS website. Here I have the CSS folder and images folder. Let me keep them both inside it, because in CSS we have the CSS files, and images folder we have all the list of images. So I'll just copy these two and keep in that folder. So in the public folder, paste. Okay, yep. So that's done. See, public folder we have CSS folder and images. Next step is get all the HTML files, copy, paste in the views folder. Okay, I have pasted. And let's cross check one more time. Public CSS images, and in the views we have a HTML. Okay, done. So we made this, and let's also configure the routing. So where I make a routing is here only. So let's say application routing. Okay. So what is this routing is? I have about.html, contact, gallery, index, and news. So for this, we have to provide a routing. So routing purpose, I'll make slash. This is for the home page, and slash about path. I want this to be about us page, and slash news. I need for the news page, and slash contact. This is for the contact us page, and one more is gallery is there. Slash gallery. I need to get the gallery page, and finally we need a 404 also. Let's keep 404 also. Lastly, we need this particular path. So let's start with a slash homepage. So as of now, I made a slash for the home page. Let me cut this. App routing for home page. Okay, for slash request. So I don't need this response. I need a complete HTML response. So response dot send file path dot join underscore directory name comma see underscore directory name in the main app folder is give you app routing. So in the app routing we have views folder. So let's make the views folder comma index.html. Okay, so that's it. So let's check now. Let me go to here. I'll just enter. Okay, so here I got the response, but thing is styles not applied. Why not applied? Let's have a look, because we have already configured the static files path. That's fine, but style is not applied because go to the index.html. See here, this is what not applied, because cannot resolve the file name, font awesome and all, because these files we have kept in public folder. You have to give the public folder path. I'll give dot slash public folder slash css. See, now error has gone. Let's make that path for all. Okay, I think that refresh one. Yes, we got some half and images not came. Images. Let me copy once. Where images? Yeah, here. Public folder slash. Okay, and here also public folder slash. Public folder slash. Here also. Here and here. Yes, done. Let's check. Let me refresh. See, I didn't get the index.html because it's a normal slash request, but I can able to get the hover effect, the zoom effect, and the footer. Okay, fine. So home page ready, and let's make a news page. So for news page, mm, Let's make a setup once. This for home page. So let's configure for all. So for news page path is slash news. I need to get the news.html, paste. So this is gallery. So let's make slash gallery. I need to get the gallery.html because all are in the same folder, views folder. So about us page. So slash about. So let's make about.html, and finally contact page, contact us. So let's make slash contact. This is contact.html. I have configured the path now. Okay, for all the pages, 5 pages. Then for each application, because we have to set the proper path for the CSS in each HTML. So go to first news. Here also dot dot slash public folder slash. So copy. So paste here, anywhere else. Yeah, images here. Okay, done. Let's make for gallery page. Here also this one, and this one. And here we have a lot of images. I'll do one thing for images slash. Let me do Control R for replace. I'll make here dot slash public folder slash. So you should be very careful with the this thing because it'll replace for all other things. Image slash. So what I'm doing, replacing Control R command for replace. So what to replace with what? Images slash. I want to replace with dot slash public folder slash images. So replace all. So now check, all the errors has gone. Yeah, that's a perfect one. Next, about us page. So it's again dot slash public folder slash copy an image. Yeah, here. Okay. So contacts and input. Okay, here no image. Fine. So looks good. And let's make it so slash about. I get the about us page. Perfect. Let's make slash news. I get the news page with the hover. Everything is working fine. And let's make gallery slash gallery. I got the gallery page. And finally, I'll make a contact. I get the contact page. Everything fine. But what I'm doing is I am making the URL at the here. You must not do that. You have to make these things, right? So if you click on home, see something went wrong. So why it is went wrong? See, when I make a slash request in the URL, it works perfectly because you are making a slash request in the URL manually is you are sending a slash request to the server like this. But whenever I click on this link, see in the bottom you can check here, it is showing index.html. It must not be index.html, it just slash. And where is that configuration? In the navbar. Let me change the navbar once. Go to index page, see navbar. So when I click on the home, it has to go to href, not index.html because it's in the client configuration. So server side is just a slash. For news, it is must be slash news because that's what we have configured server side for the paths. Okay, so for gallery, so it must be slash gallery, and for about it must be slash about, and for contact it must be slash contact. I need the same thing for all the pages. So let me just copy the navbar ones. Go to news, replace. But one problem will come is class active because here home is active. So let's make news is active and the gallery. For gallery, replace and cut the class active. For gallery, class active and about. So cut the class active, add the about and contacts and cut the class active, add to the contacts. Yes, done. So now check. If I click on news page, what happened? News page, yes, working. So HTML, news, gallery, about us, and contact. See the path also perfectly working. About, gallery, news, and the home. Okay, looks good. Then you can also check everything is loaded. Yes, contact. Okay, one last thing, sir. What if I have made some other URL which is not exist? Something you get the cannot get, but I need to get a page not found error page. Okay, I also tell you how to configure the page not found. Uh, I'll do one thing. I create. Let me copy the contact.html, paste in the views 404.html. So here I don't need the contact section. Let's make 404. So let's make a section with the class called page not found section. So let's make a h1 page 404 page not found, and below this let's make some paragraph with the lorem 50 tab. Let's make some multiple. Okay, ready. So we made this page, and let's configure some styles also. Page not found section. Let me test this. Page not found. Let me go to style.css. Somewhere end of this. Yeah. Page not found. Just simply text align center and some padding, and also that a page not found space h1. I'll give the color red. Okay, looks good. And also the dot page not found section space p, the font size, and it's some 18 pixels. Okay, fine. So basic setup I have made. I mean the styles. But how to configure the page not found here? See, previously in Node.js we make if condition, right? If match, if else, else if, else if. But here no if else condition. So how to configure the page not found is, always remember it must be last. So for 404 page, just say app dot is a function called use, and don't give the path at all. You have a directly callback request and respond. This is how you configure app.use, no path, only the callback. And you can make a here response.send file 404.html. So whenever I mean if none of these path matches, then this 404 page is gonna apply. So let's check back to here. So whenever I make request, yeah, home, news, gallery, about us, and contact us. But when I make something called profile is not there. You get the 404 page not found. Okay, fine. So it's like that. But one last thing what I want to tell you is we made the complete routing in the app.js, but actually this routing has to be done in router folder. So let's do that first. So finally, in the router folder, I create new JavaScript, something called app routing. So here I create a function. So let's map routes. We have discussed this concept now already in Node.js. Map routes is equal to one function. And let me export this. Module dot exports is equal to one object. Here map routes. And here I have to make application routing. So let me go back to the app.js once. Here the complete application routing, I'll just cut it. Sorry, up to here, cut it. I'll keep it inside of here. Okay, so fine. But I have to call this map routes. So let me load that. The constant router is equal to require. So router folder dot slash the custom module router slash app routing dot js. So copy. So we can make application routing. So router dot map routes. Okay, but one problem we'll get here is whenever I call map routes, it just simply call in the map routes. But here there is no way connection with the app. Okay, I'll do one thing. I got an app here. Okay, this app I'm gonna send it. Let's pass the app. You're passing app, but what about the request and response? Here it is looking for the response. So I'll make. Shall we make a response here? Oh, let's test. Let's say app. Only app I'm sending, and here I'll catch the app. The response comes along with the app itself because we have not made anything anywhere here, right? Okay, so don't to configure the response, only app. Okay, so let me save it. But one more problem we'll get is views because I have taken the routing logic to the router folder. So in router folder, if you say path.join directory name, so that will give you up to router folder. But in the router folder, we don't have a views folder. We have to come out from the folder. If you want to know that, go refresh. See, path is not defined. This is a new one. Okay, so path, this one path. Let me load the path module. So constant path is equal to require path module loaded. Let me test one more time. Yes, you get there now. No such file or directory, router folder, views folder, index, but actually views in main app folder, but not in the router folder. So to resolve this, let's make another dot for all the links. So let me copy this thing, paste, uh, paste, and paste. Yes. So now it look for the main app folder, views folder. So let's save it and go back here. Enter. Yes. Now start working. So news page, gallery page, about us, and contact us. Okay. So it's working, and let me also show you the structure now. See, Express routing, node modules folder. This is for any third-party modules we want to load. Public folder, which contains all the static files like CSS and image folders. And router, it has to make the actual routing. application routing, and views which contain all HTML files separate, and app.js. This is the main application for to server startup, and package.json. This contains all dependent modules and configuration about application. And what is this package log.json? This is contains, see, Express.js, we are dependent. This entire application dependent on Express.js, and now Express.js is dependent on some other modules. So those modules configuration here, it creates automatically. We don't need to worry about this file. Okay, so the story is in app.js. Whenever I start the server, it start running on this host name and port number, and also the public file is configured here, and all routing is gonna shift it to this function. So you have to go to this folder. So whenever slash request comes, display index page, news, gallery, about, contact, and if any other 404. Let me test the 404 also. I'll make something else. I'll get the 404. Okay. So this is how you can configure the routing in Express.js as well. Enough for this. And in the next class, what is my plan is, I don't need this normal HTML and CSS because generally website can be made in Bootstrap. So I'll tell you how to configure a Bootstrap to your Express.js, because going forward everything is Bootstrap only. So how to configure a Bootstrap with Express.js, and also uh, the next step is I want to catch not only the simple URL. I need, there is something called uh, the URL parameters are there. Okay, query strings are there, and also how to send form data to server, post request. So till now we have only deal with the get request. So let's send post request, put request, and delete request at server side. Okay, because that's very important. Post request means till now we only discussing like the form data sent to server. We always saying form data sent to server, but we never seen how the form has catch the front end data. Okay, so tomorrow, I mean the next yes, tomorrow's class we're going to discuss how to submit a form data to the server with Bootstrap front end. Okay, first I tell you how to connect with Bootstrap, and then get and post request. Different type of get requests are there and post requests is there. So how to send form data to server. So once that part is finished, and then we'll go ahead with database, and once that done, we'll switch back to the Angular. So in the last class we have discussed about Express.js routing. So we finish how to make a server with Express.js and routing, and we also displayed, the CSS website as a view part. All the HTML pages we have displayed, and now today, let me configure the Bootstrap to the Express. Okay, so let's make a Bootstrap website, a simple Bootstrap website to display from Express.js, and then we'll see the get request and the post request how to handle using Express. Okay, so I'll just create a new folder, a new directory, 09 underscore Express Bootstrap. Yeah, here I'll create a separate folder structure. So one is for router, and one is for views, and one more directory for public folder. And let me create one app.js, the main application folder file. Okay, fine. So now let me install, let me create the package.json. So let me select this, right click, open in terminal. Yeah, here they say npm init. So press enter. Yeah, so package name, just press enter, version, okay, description. So Express with Bootstrap, entry points, test command no, GitHub repository no, keywords no, author, license, enter. Yes, done. So I got package.json. And now let me install Express. So just do npm install Express hyphen save. Okay, so Express.js has been installed. So let's configure the Express.js like a server startup logic. See, dependency Express installed. So go to app.js and let's make the Express.js server startup code. So first of all, constant express is equal to require express, and then constant app is equal to express. You have to call like this, and then sorry, it should be like this. Yeah. So constant path is equal to require path module, and let's make a host name is equal to 127.0.0.1, and port number, let's make 3000, and let's say app.get for slash request. Let's make a request listener which contains a request and response. Yep, here let's say response dot send. So welcome to Express Bootstrap. And lastly, app.listen. Let's make a port number and the host name, comma one callback. So here, let's make console.log backtick. So Express server is started at http colon slash slash the host name, colon port number. Okay, so this is the server startup code, and now let's start the server and go to terminal nodemon space app.js. Yes, so server started. Let me click on this, and you get welcome to Express Bootstrap. Okay, fine. So now started and up and running. So let's convert this like a Bootstrap website. If you want to convert a Bootstrap website, you need to have a Bootstrap specific files, right? So what files we need to connect? So let's make that. We need to connect a set of CSS files. So I need first I'll connect to the font awesome. So font awesome dot css, and then I'll connect to bootstrap dot css, and I'll connect to mdb because I'm using mdb dot css, and if anything custom style dot css. Okay. So what JavaScript we have to correct is first jQuery dot js, and then popper dot js, and then bootstrap dot js, and finally mdb dot js. Let me connect all these files. So I have all these files in our bootstrap folder structure. So I'll just go quickly to our mm, online classes. Yeah, here we have bootstrap folder. In that bootstrap folder here, which contains all the supported files as well. So I need this folder. So let me copy this bootstrap folder, and I'll just keep this in public folder. Okay, so Bootstrap folder in the public folder, and let me create some HTML files. In the views folder, I create HTML files. So I'll create new HTML index. Okay, in this, I don't need the basic setup. I need the the responsive meta tags as well. So I'll delete this. I'll make exclamation and tab. So you get the responsive viewport meta tags. Okay, for responsiveness. And let's make this as Express Bootstrap. Okay, so inside I need to connect to the Bootstrap specific file. So link. Uh, First I have to connect to the font awesome online link. So I'll go to here. I'll just get that. Yeah, online link Bootstrap font awesome and then link uh, dot slash public folder slash Bootstrap folder slash CSS folder slash font awesome dot CSS and then Bootstrap mdb style dot CSS. So let me connect to Bootstrap dot CSS mdb dot CSS and also style dot CSS. Okay, so CSS ready. Let me connect the JavaScript files also. So let me add a comment. So bs JS files, so scripts src dot slash public folder slash bootstrap folder slash js folder slash first jQuery and then popper mdb bootstrap. So this is popper, this is bootstrap, and this is mdb. Okay, done. So we have connected this to the bootstrap, and let me write a bootstrap specific thing. Let me create a simple button with a class called btn minus primary. This is something login button. Okay, so let me load this page whenever I hit a slash URL, right? So index page is in the views folder, and also I'll do one thing. So why again doing here and convert back to the router? I'll make a router directly. So in the router, I'll create a direct JavaScript file. Okay, so that is app routing. Okay, so here I'll create a function, let map routes equal to one function. So this is for mapping all the routes. And let me export module dot exports is equal to one object. Here map routes. Okay, so here I have to configure the paths and all. So let's make express routing. So let me grab this, cut it, and keep it here. Fine. And then let me call this. So let me load the router. So constant router is equal to require dot slash router folder slash app routing dot js, and let me call that. So let's make express routing. So router dot map routes. Let's pass the app. Okay, this app I'm gonna pass here, and here I'll just catch it app. Okay, so let me test this once, and then we'll see. Let me refresh. Yes, we are getting data. That's fine. But I don't need this. I need the HTML page here. So how to get the HTML page? You need to get response.send file. So let's remove this and let's make response dot send file. But I had to get the path module, but I don't have a path module. So let me import that. So constant path is equal to So require path. I got the path module. So I'll say path dot join underscore underscore directory name comma, but it is in the router folder. But if you come out from the router folder, you can see the views folder. So what I do, dot dot, sorry, let's make dot dot comma views folder, views comma index dot html. Okay. So now let's check. But in index html we have made only button. If the button is coming like a bootstrap button, then it's perfectly done. So let's check. Let me enter. Yes, you get the button, but you have not get the style sheets. So style sheets has not been configured here. It means you need to configure the static files first. So let me configure the static files somewhere before. So configure the static files. So how? App.u, so slash public comma express.static. You have to give the public. Okay, done. So now let's make it. Yes, I got the bootstrap. So bootstrap styles has been applied, and let's make a navbar and some basic setup here. So how to do that is we have to make a navbar here. Okay, so don't worry, I'm not writing a complete navbar code here. I'll just get it from the bootstrap website. Main navbar, because this class is not a bootstrap class because it's a Express.js. So we have already learned bootstrap. So just grab the navbar from the bootstrap website. So just see. Let me go to Google and type bootstrap. So here documentation, um, components. Let me grab the navbar. This I got a navbar. Let me copy and go here and paste. I got navbar, but I don't need this form and all. Delete the form, and I don't need the drop down as well. I don't need drop down and anything else. Disable. I don't need disable link and navbar bg light. Let's make bg warning and navbar dark, and let's make express bootstrap for the slash request for the home page. Okay, and we don't need the span. Normal navbar only. Let's make home the hash slash. Let's check once. Okay, so you get express bootstrap navbar. So let me keep this everything inside a container because I want to give some space over here. Uh, so what you do? Let me cut everything in the container. Keep it. Okay. So home and link I want to push to the right side. Let's say ML auto. Okay. Let me give some space as well. So px2. So we know all these classes. So I'm not explaining much. Yeah, home page. So like this, I need same like a previous Express.js example. So we need a different pages like I'll write here. So first of all, when I make a slash request, I need to get the index.html, the home page. And when I make slash about, I need to get the about.html. And when I make slash contact, I need to get the contact.html. And when I make slash services. I need to get the services.html, and then lastly, when I say slash profile, I need to get the profile.html. Okay, so these are the HTML pages I want to configure for my website. Okay, so let's make the links also. So first of all, home is done. Let's make about us. So link will be slash about. Okay, so let me copy this and paste it. So about us and services. This is profile, and lastly this is contact us. And let me modify the paths as well. This is services and this is profile and this is contact. So we have a slash about us, services, profile, and contact us. Then let me configure this path in Express.js routing and also make the specific HTML pages. First, let me finish this HTML page completely and then we'll copy for some other pages. So we had done only a home page with the navbar. Let's make some more content here. See, I got all the links. So let's make some content over here. So I'll write some jumbotron. So let me go to the components. Here there is something called jumbotron. Yeah, let me grab the jumbotron here. So copy this, go here. So below this, add jumbotron, or let's say a main content section. So let's make a section in that passage. So let's check. We got a jumbotron, but I need not hello world, and also let me keep this inside a container. Oh, it's not looks good. Do one thing. Let me keep these things inside a container. Sorry. Let me cut this. Okay, fine. Because I want to maintain the same space here. So I kept inside a container. Fine. And here, not hello world. I just make it as welcome. Welcome to Express Bootstrap. Okay, so let's change this little content. So I remove this. So let's make a lorem 40 tab and another. So P with the class called lead and just say lorem 50 tab. Okay, looks good. And the button. So let me change the button to be BTN minus warning. So let's make a warning button. Yep. So your home page is ready, and let's make lastly the footer. Okay, and then we'll continue for next pages. So finally, I'll write footer. So let's make a comment. So main footer. So let's make a footer. Footer with a class called we'll give BG warning and text white and text center. And let me give some padding P3. So inside I'll make a container in that one row, single column. And let's make some very basic footer. So H3, some copyright, ampersand copy 2020, comma UiBrains. Okay. So below this, I write some H6, all rights reserved. And finally, let's make another H6 developed, maintained by, and let's make an anchor tag href with the target underscore blank. Let's make my name. I'll give my GitHub link. So grab the GitHub link. So I'll keep it here. Okay, let's check. So you got a footer and this color, anchor tag color. Give the class called text to white. Just make white only. Yeah, it's a link actually. And you want to make a font weight bold. Okay, looks good. So when I click on this, it goes to my GitHub account in a separate page. Fine. So this is a very basic Bootstrap homepage. So let's also configure the same pages for all the pages, and then um, we will discuss how to get a get request and post request for the same website. Okay. So go to about us because about page is not there. So we have to do that, and we have also not configured paths. Okay, let me copy paste this once, but before that let me write the routing for these links. Okay, so we have configured them and make a routing also. So here we made only the slash for the index.html, and let me copy this, paste it. This is for slash about, so I need to display the about.html. It's not there, we'll create. And if I make slash services, I need to get the services.html as a response. And when I make slash profile, so let's make a profile as a response, and let's make last one as a contact, and this is contact.html. And finally let's also make the 404. So app dot is a use, and we don't need to mention a path. Okay, so we need to get the 404.html. Okay, this is for the 404 page. And the same way, this is your contact page, and this is the profile page, and this is services page. Sorry, this is services page, this is about page, and finally this is the home page. Okay, so we have configured the routing, and let's quickly create all the HTML pages, and let's check the routing as well. So back to here, uh, in the views folder, we have only index. Let's make all the different pages. So I'll copy this, I'll paste again. Let's make about.html. So what to configure here is, yeah, let's say something called about us and active. So in about to be active, so let's make active there. Next, paste again. Let's make this as services. So for services, let me cut the active here and make it services as active. And finally, here, welcome to our services. Okay, and then let me paste again, profile.html, and let's make uh, profile as active here, profile as active. And finally, let's make welcome to your profile. Okay, next, yeah, paste again. Lastly, contacts. So for contact to be active, so cut this. So contact to be active, and then let's make something get in touch. Get in touch. Okay. So lastly, let's make a 404 as well. So let's paste again 404.html, and for this 404 nothing to be active because it's no page is active for this 404. So let's remove active for all, and finally I'll write something 404 page not found. So let's make text danger, something red color text. Okay, and let's make change the paragraph also, because all are having a same paragraph. Let me copy this once. For about actually this is not required, but I just wanted to do some different pages. So extra paragraph I want, I'm just adding about page and some contact page I'll add. Not all the pages, only just one or two pages. And mm, okay, fine. Let's check. There's only paragraph added. Yeah. So let's check how it works, because we have already configured the routings, and for each page we have given a proper routing also in the navbar. Yes. And let's check how it works. So let's check home page is working, and about us, and this is the about us page, and the contact, sorry, services something wrong. No such file. Service, see spelling mistake, services c is missing. Back to here, services is correct only, services, but where's the problem? No such file means in this here, in the routing. So we says, sorry, spelling mistake. So we says, okay, profile contact. Yeah, let me go for the home page. Okay, looks good. About us, services, and profile, and the contacts. Yeah, looks good. Okay, so now successfully we have configured a bootstrap with Express and with to the routing concept. Okay, so this is how we can configure a bootstrap with the routing. See, whichever the link I'm clicking, that is becoming active, and we also get in the respective pages. And lastly, let's convert this like a color to warning. I'll just make index here. Yeah, let's make text warning. Not required, but I just wanted to make. Okay, let's make copy this. Go to all the links. Text warning, services text warning, profile text warning, contact also text warning, and 404 anyway text danger. Yep. So let's check one last time. Home page. So about us, services, profile, and the contact us. And when I make anything else in the URL, let me make test is not there. You get the 404 page not found. Okay. So now we have successfully configured the bootstrap with the routing. So that's how bootstrap, how can we configure with Express.js. And now the concept is how to catch a different type of URLs in the server side, like get request and post request, and how to handle them. We'll start. Okay. So let's make that thing now. So as of now, any questions? Any question? No? Everybody on board. Okay, fine. So let's convert this like get and post requests. But I don't want to do the changes in the same example because I don't want to mess up this code. Okay, so we is already configured with the bootstrap, so I don't want to mess up this code. Let me create a separate folder, and there I'll show you how to make a get and post request uh, handling. So what I do, I just stop the server. This is just for bootstrap. Get and post request, I'll create a separate folder. So let me stop the server. Control C. Yep. So I create a separate directory. Uh, 10 underscore express underscore get underscore post request. Get and post request. Okay. So how to handle them, we'll see. Okay. So here, let me close all. Yeah. Here, I don't need to make anything again, starting with bootstrap and all. It's a time waste. We have already configured bootstrap and routing and all. Let's do the copy paste of same thing again here, but extra is get and post request. Okay. So let me grab the public folder, router folder, views, app, package.json, package log.json copy, and in this paste. Yes. So I have pasted and I have bootstrap folder. Everything is same like previous. Router is done, views is done, everything. But only one thing you have to change in the package.json name. So description is not expressed with bootstrap, expressed with get and post request. Just for our confirmation. Okay. And also I have to install the packages because I have not copied the node modules. So let me go to terminal. Cd space. Oh, I have to go to that. One second. Let me select this. Right click, open in terminal. So just say npm install. To package is already there. I need to just install the module. So just you can hit the command npm install. And also please note, so whatever the files I'm sharing daily, so each files I'm not giving you the node modules folder because it's a time waste because you have a huge set of files. You can generate them automatically by yourself. This node modules folder because without node modules folder it will not work, right? So how to generate node modules folder for every application what you have downloaded? Simple. Just go to the application, just hit the command npm install, press enter. So it will automatically install all the node modules which are configured in the package.json. See, it's done. So now check node modules has created and this error has gone. And I also got the Express and all its dependent modules. Okay, done. So this process is finished. And let me make what do you do? But I don't make the same color. I'll change this to some other color because I don't want to make this setup. Okay. Anyway, same setup only, but only color change for get and post request. So slightly go to views index.html and I'll change this. It's not express bootstrap, express get and post. Okay, and express get and post and bg. Wherever bg warning is there, control R for replace. I'll make it with bg primary, replace all. And for the button, I hope change to where is that? Yeah, btn minus primary. So let's make this quickly for all the pages. So select copy, but if I copy, I have to modify these things and the class active. Okay, fine. So go to 404, modify this is get and post, and this is control R, replace, and get and post copy, replace, and the button btn minus primary. Okay, so here it's a get and post request, btn warning replace with btn primary, and also the button make it btn primary, and contact us get and post request, and bg warning replace with bg primary, and also button change to btn primary. Okay, and index over profile. So profile, I'll change this to get and post, bg warning replace with primary, and here btn minus primary. So lastly, the services get and post, and replace bg warning with bg primary, and finally the class name btn minus primary. Yes, fine. So I have changed everything. So let me start the server. So go to terminal. Yeah, here nodemon space app.js. Just press enter. So server started and go here, press enter. Same website only, but oh, I have not changed this thing. Okay, 1 minute. Index, where is that? Text. Okay, let's make a, where is the text warning? Yeah, here. So text warning replace with text primary. Okay, replace all, same. So here also control R. Anyway, here text danger is there. Leave it. Replace, 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 replace. Done. So let me check one more time. So welcome to Express, not Bootstrap, dude. Why it is not changed? Express, get and post. Okay, yep, get and post. So about us page, services page, profile page, and the contact page. And when I make something else, you get the page not found. Okay, looks good. So we have, mm, so we had done this routing, okay, from the previous application. Okay, done. So now let's configure the get request and the post request. So how to handle the get request and post request from the Express server. Okay. So here, when I see get request, so for get request is a HTTP get request. For HTTP get request, there are different type of requests actually. So one is normal get request. So normal get request. What is normal get request is example when I make slash about, right? I get the about page. So when I make slash profile, I get the profile page. Okay, this is normal get request. Whenever you request for a URL, that particular page is gonna come. That's one thing. And then one more is there, get request with parameters. What is this get request with parameters? Is suppose see when I say slash profile, you get a profile page, but whose profile is gonna come? So assume in real time you have in database you have 100 profiles are there, right? So when I say slash profile, so whose profile is gonna come? Generally it's not actually the profile, so it's like slash profile slash one. Okay, so when I pass one, so the person who is having the ID with one, so that person profile has to come. Okay, this is called profile, I mean get request with parameters. So don't make profile over here. Yeah, so it is like this profile slash one. I have to get the profile with here, or else you may get like this slash employees slash some 540. So the 540 ID specific employee has to come here, has to display here. Okay, so this is called get request with parameters. I tell you how to configure all this. And then one more is there. Third one, get request with the query strings. Okay, so what exactly this query strings? I think you might have seen this type of query strings. Uh, I show you the real example. If I go to the YouTube, see, when I go to YouTube, normally just YouTube has come. Okay, and here, or else you have, when I say YouTube, see, it is like this. HTTP www.youtube.com/results. So just observe here, when I make youtube.com/results, the results page is gonna come, right? But extra some information is sending over there. What is this extra information is? See, I have typed my name in the YouTube. So this name has substituted as a value, as a value to the query search query is a variable name, and its value is submitted as a Naveen plus name because they have given a space. Okay, like that. So how can you send the extra information? Not only this normal URL. See, slash result is a URL, question mark. Some queries also I'm sending. Some like a key value page I'm sending to the server. So how to catch this extra information at the server side? That's called query string. See, results question mark queries, search query is equal to like this. So this mostly we use for search queries. Yes, when you want to search something at the client side also. So whenever you enter the name and click on search, so that particular search query has to send to the server, and based on the search query, I'll just search my details in the backend and respond you with the specific data. Okay, this is mostly used for the search, and this is also to filter. So I need only the person who is with ID, right? So that is one parameters, and you want to get the normal complete page with static is like this. So there are three different type of get requests are there. So let's handle these things now. And this one no need to handle because we all having get requests only, all normal get requests. See here, when I go to app.js in the routing, see, these are all normal get requests only. So slash about services, profile, contact. Okay, so these are all normal get requests. So you can keep them normal get requests. So for any other like make about page with normal get request. Okay, so that's an example of normal get request. Let's make about an about page. Fine. And next, get with parameter. It means if I say slash profile slash one, I have to get the the specific profile has to come. But also see here profile page how I have configured the profile. I have configured slash profile. I got the profile.html. Let me test profile slash one. What happens? Back to the clients here. So when I go to profile, see slash profile, I get the profile page. But when I make profile slash one, enter, see, you get the page not found. See, observe closely. When I make profile pages come. But when I make slash one, I get the page not found because you have only configure slash profile. You have not configure profile slash one. And then, okay, let me configure that. Let me copy this and paste. So profile page with ID 1. So I can configure that also. So slash 1. Okay. So profile, I get the profile page. So profile slash 1 also, I'll get the profile page. Let me test the application now. No need to restart because we are using NodeMon. Yeah. So go here, profile page, I got it. And when I make profile slash 1, I get the profile page now without page not found. Sir, what about I'll make profile slash 2? Page not found because profile 2 has not configured. Okay, here is the question. See, when I make profile 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know in backend or database how many profiles are there. And it's not good to configure, all static profile like 1, 2, 3, 4, like in the code base. No. See, up to profile is static, and this 1, 2, 3, 4 is called dynamic. Right? This ID can be dynamic. So how to configure dynamic links like this is you can make colon ID. So I call it as dynamic ID. So I'll make it like that. So let's make get request with parameters. Okay, so slash profile slash ID. For profile, I got a profile page. So profile slash ID. So how to catch this particular ID at the server is, see, whatever data you're requesting from the URL is gonna get from the request objects. So how to get this parameter is, see, so let ID is equal to request object dot params dot id. And what exactly this params is, request dot params, which holds all the parameters for your passing, and this id and this id. Suppose you have given the name, it must be the params dot name. So params is actually an object. Okay, let's see the what the param contains, and then we'll make it id. Okay, so I get the params, and let me print it once, console dot log of params. Okay, let's check what the param comes at the server side. Okay, so request dot params printish. Let me open a console window at server side and keep it aside, and keep my page also aside. I don't need Facebook and Bootstrap. Keep it. I go to profile. Okay, see, when I click on the profile, I didn't get anything here because when I enter the profile, it is for the profile page. There is no console log. Profile console log is only for profile slash ID. Okay, so let's make slash one. What do you get? See, you get the object with ID with the string value 1. Okay, so when I make 100, I get ID with 100. I'll make something 500, I get ID with 500. So whatever the dynamic ID you're passing from the client, that can able to catch at the server side with the specific data like an object. I don't need the object, I need just the value. Okay, that to the ID means I'll make it as a integer. Okay, number. So let me convert this to a number and ID. So what I do, params dot ID is an object, so ID is actual value, and I want to convert this to a number. You can make number dot parse integer, because why integer means I'm not passing 500 dot something, only the integer value. So like this. Yes. Now let's go back to terminal once. Already started. Let's make 500. Yes, exactly the number 500 has come. And let's make some 250. I got 250. Yes. So what is my plan here is, okay, we are catching the ID, but I need to send exactly the response whose ID is like this. Okay, the plan is, let's take some JSON file. I want to take a JSON file which contains around some 500 profiles. Okay, so 500 profiles. So in that profiles, whatever the number dynamically you're typing from the client, so that I'll catch it. I'll filter this 500 employees, and that specific person I'm going to display in a console. Okay, so let's do that process. But I need to get the 500 profiles JSON. For this, I'll go with mockaroo.com. There is one online data generator tool. So I think we have discussed this in Ajax and JavaScript as well. So there's a website called to create some mockup data like that. So just go to the Mockaroo website. Yeah, this one, the random data generator and API mocking tool. So if I go there, yeah, you can generate some random data for different fields like ID, first name, last name, email, gender, IP address. So it's fine. Anyway, ID is there. So I feel like the same ID you're gonna pass from the client. So I need this. If you want to change that, add another field. You click on add another field. I want to add a country. So you can just select what type of data you want. So you can just select the location, country. You can select, so a lot of information is there. You can just have a look. So country. Okay, so IP address. So in my object, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 fields are there. And like this, how much data you want? I need exactly 500 profiles. So I'll just select 500, and format. Always make sure you select the JSON because I need the JSON data. And here uncheck null values because I don't need the empty values. Uncheck and then click on download. Okay, so I got a JSON. Let me expand this. Okay, so I got some data, right? Actually, this data has to come from database, but as of now, we have not configured database. So I'll just keep this data at my server side. Okay, so this is the data. So let me copy this entire data. So what I do, I need to get this data, right? So I create a separate folder, right click new directory, something called data folder. Actually, it should be database, but database is not there. Okay, let's make database. In database folder, I create what you call yeah, one JSON file I creates. So new file, something profiles dot JSON. Okay, and then paste it. Okay, so whatever data I have downloaded, I created a profiles.json file in database folder. In that I have pasted, and you can cross check. Yes, it's having a full of IDs up to 500 IDs are there. Okay, so the plan is whenever you're requesting ID, so that particular ID will filter and display. We know how to read this data from using file system module, right? Okay, let's do that. Um, Now way to change app routing profile ID. I got ID, so it's not params no more. It's ID because I guess you get param.id, so you get ID. So this ID had to loop it from the FS module. We don't have FS module now. Let's load it. So constant fs is equal to require fs module, and let's do that now here. So fs dot read file. What read file? You have to give the path dot join underscore directory name. So directory name means you get the router folder, but if you come out from the router folder, you can see database folder. So comma dot comma database comma profiles profiles.json and comma the UTF-8 and callback. So this is gonna be the two parameters, error and data. Okay, looks good. And then here, if any error, just throw the error and let me get the data. So this data in a form of string because in JSON data will be in a form of string. So let me convert that back to objects. So let's profiles is equal to JSON dot parse profiles. Sorry, what data? Sorry, it's data because we are reading this like a data, right? Yeah, data. I'll just convert to the parsing and let me do a console dot log of profiles. Let me do the all the profiles irrespective of ID as of now, and then we'll filter later. So whenever you make ID, you get all the profiles as of now in the console. So go to terminal, keep this aside, and let me send a request from the client now. So let me client open. So here I'm requesting for 250 and press enter. Yes, I get all the profiles. Okay, but I don't need to get all the profiles. I need to get only the specific profile which is given by the client. Let me filter out this data. So what to change? I got profiles. So let's selected profile is a normal JavaScript is, is equal to profile. There's a function called find. You can pick up exactly the specific profile data. So here you have a function each profile. So return the profile dot id is equal to but this ID will match, no? So let's make this selected IDL catch it. So profile.id is equal to selected ID. So why profile.id means in JSON we have ID. It's a number again. Anyway, we convert it to number, no problem. So ID. So selected profile is gonna come, and let me print that out. So console.log of selected profile. Okay. So based on the ID, only data comes. See, actually here we are reading JSON data, but generally this is gonna be the database. So you have to, whenever a client is requesting some ID from the client, so you have to filter out data from database. But as of now, we are not configure database. So at least we are handling with JSON. Once it is done, we'll switch to database only. Yeah. So filter out. I got the selected person. So you have to actually find out from database data. Okay. So console.log of selected profile. So let me check what is the ID you're passing and what data you can able to filter out from server side. So let's check. One second. I got a chat. Uh, Okay. Okay, please go ahead.
So
Yeah.
yeah, actually, why we are using here the find function
Which one?
here? The let select a profile equals to profiles dot find.
How?
Find is a method, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Find is a function.
Okay, why?
You can
Why
use
we are
for each. Yeah, you can use filter actually.
mm-hmm.
I think filter we haven't discussed in JavaScript. So filter you can use it, but filter will give you an array of employees. Okay. But anyway,
Okay.
ID match with one employee, so you get the array of one employee. But when I make a find, so
Mm.
matched only one number will come, only one object will come. So that's a
Okay.
find. Yeah.
Sir, so whatever we are passing as ID, we are checking in the array in the backend, right? And
Yes, yes, correct.
okay.
Yeah. So I get the selected profile in the console log. So let me check this out in the console. Yeah, let me. Okay, this is server. So here I enter something 10. See, exactly the 10% data has come here. Fine. And when I make slash 100, I get the 100% data. Okay, so when I make whatever, let's make some 256, I get 256. So this data is coming in the console log. Okay, that's how I mean URL works. But thing is, we don't need to make the HTML from server side as well. Actually, the process is something different. We need to get only JSON data like this. Okay, so this JSON data will get it, and client side will use normal client side frameworks to configure. The server side only to get data and respond with data. That's it, and nothing has to be done with the pages and Bootstrap also. Nothing to configure from server side. But as an example, I showed it, and I'll tell you the real example where what is the main role of server side logic, because our side the server side logic is very lightweight, and only client side is more complex, because the client side we're going to use the frameworks like Angular and React. So this thing has to be done with frameworks. This web page development and this whole thing has to be done with the Angular, and this data anyway, same logic, you have to make it server side. Okay, but I am just responding with HTML, but in real time there is no HTML response, only JSON response. Okay, I'll show you that example as well. Just as of now, get and post request. So we'll make that example, the real example, after this one. So ID is done. One last thing is, where is that? Yeah, query strings. So how to make a request with query strings. So let's pass some queries and how to catch the queries at server side. Mm, for queries, yeah, I'll use the services page for query strings. So get request with query strings. Okay, so here nothing to configure for queries, because like I show you the queries like, so slash results slash something. So for us it is something like that, like http colon slash slash 127.0.0.1 colon 3000 slash services. So services is the normal GET request. I want to make question mark what type of services. So let's make question mark. So service name is equal to uh, service name is equal to something called courses. You want, okay, so only one element you want to pass, key and value only one you want to pass. Service name is equal to courses, you can pass, but if you want to pass multiple also you can do. So how you can do is, you can use the uh, ampersand symbol, ampersand, service name is equal to courses, and year is equal to 2020, like this. Okay, or else I want to pass multiple data like year is equal to 2020, and the mode of service, let's make the mode is equal to online, like that. Okay, so let me catch this data exactly at server side. So if you want to differentiate the each key value pairs, you have to mention the ampersand symbol. Okay, so same like in Google. So when I make, see, when I type Mokaru, so slash search question mark source equal to HP and EI is equal to something, and Q is equal to Mokaru, the search query, and OQ is equal to Mokaru and something. So each key value pair is appended with ampersand. So that's the search queries one. So I need to get this data. So for this data, no special configuration required. Simply let queries equal to, so request object dot query. Let me do a console.log of query. Okay, let's check. So queries, how to read. So let me go to terminal, keep it aside, keep the browser aside. Yeah. So go to my services. So no search query, so empty. And let's make, let me little reduce this. Yeah, here I'll say services question mark courses. Okay, let's make what you have done. Service name courses. Okay. So service underscore name is equal to courses. See, you can able to catch service name is courses, and you want to pass more. Let's say and year is equal to 2020. So you get that data as well. You want another. Let's make and mode is equal to online, like this. So you can able to catch the query strings also at the server side. So once you have able to catch this data, and this data we can use to filter out the server side, I mean the database data with these query strings. I mean this you can add with, suppose you want to search the courses with these conditions, you can make select start from where courses, where service name equal to courses, year equal something, mode equal to online. You can do a uh, query using this parameters, and you can fetch data, and that data you can send it as a response like JSON. As of now, I'm not showing that with, because we don't have database and all. So I'm just showing only how to catch this data. Fine. So as of now, we have discussed how to make a normal get request with parameters, and get request with query string. This we have discussed. But one thing here in the query parameters is, sir, what if I pass ampersand password is equal to some password I'll give, enter. See, server side you can catch the password as well. Okay, but the problem is you never ever give password in the URL. So whatever data you're sending through the URL it is non-sensitive data. Okay, so the public data which can be accessible for even the hackers. Okay, so the public data we can keep in the URL, but any sensitive data like the form submission data and the username, the passwords, so that data you must not send through the URL. Actually, this whatever the request you are sending through URL is like a GET request only, but
Mhm.
whenever you are submitting the form, it must be the POST request. So let's see how to submit a POST request from the client. Okay, how to submit the form data and how the form data sent to the server. Because as of now, we are discussing form data sent to server, right? So how exactly the form data sent to server using a POST request, we'll go and discuss. So, but for POST request, we need to have a form here. So let's make a contact form. Yeah, here I'll make a form now, and then I'll tell you how to catch the form data at server side. Okay, so let's make a form first. Yeah, uh, I'll go to, let me minimize this, go to contact.html. Here, the main container where I make a form. Yeah, after this second paragraph, I'll make a form. To contact form, I'll make one container, one row. So call MD for one card. So card header, card body. Okay, let's keep it center. So let's make a margin auto, some gap. Let's make margin top and bottom. Okay, so here I'll make text center, some busy primary text white. So it's white. Okay, let's make contact us, contact us, and card body. I'll make BG light, and here I'll make a form. So here a form. Yeah, let's make some default parameters. Let me give the class form group. Inside, let's make input type equal to text. Give the class form control. It's a normal bootstrap. So give the placeholder something username. Okay, not username. It's your name. And let's copy this. So your name, your email, and your query. Okay, something like that. So your email, and it's a email field, and subject text box. Your subject. You can make select box also, but I just make a normal text box. And I need to make another text area. So let's make text area. So with some rows, uh, some 4 rows. Let me get the class form control. Let's also make the placeholder your description. Your description. Okay, so your name, email, subject, and your description. And let's make a contact. So let's make a division with a class called text center. In this, let's make input type equal to submit, and the value goes to submit, and give the class btn minus primary. Okay, so I have made a contact form, and with username, email, subject, and description. And when I click on submit, so here the initial days of the HTML forms, we have discussed a form tag will be having two special parameters, right? That
Yeah.
time we were not using much because that we don't have a server. Now we have a server. The most important parameter is first method is post, because it's a post request, and action. So action means the server side URL which is handle your form. So what is my action is /contact. Okay, but we already have a contact, right? No problem, because that is get request contact page. See, we have a /contact. So this is the request get request to get the contact page. But we have now here is a contact again, but I don't want to make you confused. So I'll make contact form I'll take, okay? /contact form. So it's a post request. So method post and action contact form. I tell you some process here how to handle the post request is. Okay, it's not that easy like not straightforward like get request. Slight extra configuration you need to make. So I'll do that. So handle the post request. So handle the post request. So how to handle the post request is, first one, you have to create a form with method must be is equal to post, and action must be made. Okay, some action, something like login or contact, whatever. Okay, that's one thing. And the second step, you have to make each form field with name attributes. It's very important now. Name attributes. So why name attribute is, whenever you're submitting form data, this entire form data is going to send to server like an object. So for that object, each field is like key value pairs. It's a property and its value is whatever you enter. The property name will be the name attribute. So name colon value like that. So name must be important. And after that, you have to install a separate package to handle the post request, that is install one npm module to handle specifically for post request, that is body parser. Okay, so how to install this is npm install uh, body parser hyphen save. It's locally we have to install, and after that we have to configure the body parser and then get the form data using directly, let's say request dot body. So here you get the entire form data. So this is the process of handling the requests. Let me zoom it till, yeah. So we have create a form with method post and action is /login. That's done. And let's make each field with name attributes. Attribute. Okay. So back to here. Let's make a name attribute. Let's make name username. Username and email. I'll make a name as email, and here I'll make name as subject, and here text area, let's make a name as description. Okay, so username, email, subject, and description. That's the second step. After that, you have to install a body parser module. So let's show you, I just show you what is the body parser module. Let me go to the Google and search for body parser. Body parser. Let me go to the npm. So in npm JS also you can search. Yeah, body parser is a very popular module, almost 96 lakhs downloads per week. So this is usually, we need this for form handling. See, parse the incoming request bodies in the middleware before you handle and available under requested body property. Okay, so we have to install this first. Npm install body parser -n save. So it makes an entry if you write a save option in a installation. See here. If I go to my package.json, I have only Express. Let me install a body parser as well. So go to terminal. Let me stop the server. Control C. Stop. Okay. So let me install body parser. Npm install body -parser space -save. if I make a save option, it makes an entry in the package.json so that you can install that next time easily. So installing, yeah, installed body parser. And let's also cross check in package.json. One new entry has come, that is body parser. Okay. So once you install the body parser using this command, and you have to configure the body parser. So how to configure the body parser is in the same documentation they have given. And if you know the configuration, you can write it, or else you can refer documentation for that. So here I show you. There is example. Yeah, they given some example. Yeah. So you can load like this. Body parser, you have to load it, and you have to configure body parser URL encoded extended false. So what is this is, they will encode the URL. Okay, so whatever the data which is sending to the server, they'll encode it. Either you send to JSON format or encode it. So I use the encode option, and then see, this is the perfect one. You have to load it, and then you have to configure it like this. URL encoded body parser equal to encoded, and this you have to submit as a post request here, like encoded something. Okay, I tell you all this. So first of all, how to configure is, go to your app.js. Yeah, here. Uh, Let me load that. So constant body parser is equal to require. So it's a third party module. So we don't need to write dot slash, just body parser from node modules. That's one thing. And how to configure the body parser is, okay, I'll make a after this configure the body parser. 1 second. Configure body parser. So body, let's say like this. Let our constant URL encoded body parser is equal to body parser dot some function is there, encode or something, which here the same thing I want to write. Okay, it's not valid. We are using constant. We are using ES6. This guy not using ES6. Leave it. So constant URL encoded body parser equal body parser dot URL encoded extended is equal to false. So this option you have to configure, and this we have to use it while handling the form data like this extra parameter. See, we generally write path and the function, right? Extra parameter parser you have to give, so that request.body you get the form data. Let me configure that now. Okay, see, whenever back to the, okay, configuration done, go to contact.html now. This is the form data, right? So whenever I hit a submit button from this form, it's going to send the form data. But to whom it's going to send the form data is, it send a post request, and action will be slash contact form. So this is what the path it's going to send. So we need to catch the form data through this path as a post request. So let me go to the router. See, we have made only get request, all get requests. Okay, let's make a post request now. So here, so post request, so contact form. So for contact form, app.post, app.post. So what is a URL? So URL, whatever you have mentioned the contact.html, I mean here, action. So the same is the path. So let's make a URL as that, contact form and post request. Why? Because we have given a method as post. So it's a post request. So make a post, comma, the URL encoder body parser, URL encoder, what we gain? I think it is configured over there. Hmm, okay, shall we do one thing? How can we get that? We need to pass it, no? Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll just load. Anyway, I'm not handling a body parser here, right? So I'll do one thing. I'll just cut this. I'll keep it here better because I can use it. So cut this. I'll keep it in the routing itself. Yeah, let's keep it here. So better I can use that. Okay, configure the body parser here. And then the same variable I'm gonna use here, contact form, comma, URL encoder body parser, comma, the regular function. So this function is gonna be the request and response. Okay, so how to get the form data here is, let's the form data, let's make a contact form. So the contact form data is equal to, you can get any variable. How to get that is request object, through request object you only come request dot body. Okay, that's how you get. And once you get the form data, what you gonna send as a response? I will just send response as a contact form only. I mean contact HTML only. The same page is gonna load whenever you respond back. Response. Okay, fine. This is how you configure. I repeat again. Let's create a HTML. Let's create a form. Method post action to be something. And each field, make sure you have to make a name attribute. And after that, you have to install the body parser using this. And you have to configure as per the documentation. You have to configure. So how is 2 steps? You have to load it and configure the encoded parser and use this while handling. How post contact form, what you have given the form, and encoded body parser and the handler. And here how to get the form data is request dot body and query string send all we know, right? Request dot query string request dot parameter like that. Here request dot body. Fine. And that's body. Oh, let me do a console.log once. Console.log of contact form. So let's see what is a contact form is going to send to the server. And one last thing, whenever I click on the submit, it's going to send the entire form data to this place only. So here what I'm doing, I'm just catching what data you type. I'll just catch it. And as a response, what you get? I mean, as soon as I click on submit, what is going to come here? Nothing. Only same contact page will reload. Okay, as of now, actually it has to make a success page here, but I'll just make only the same page has to reload. I just want to see what data comes at server side. Okay, so when I click a submit, this logic is going to execute, which is having a console log of form data. Let me keep a console log ready. Oh, I'm not start the server. Then how this is working? Yeah, stop it. Yep. So let's make a node-mon space app.js. So press enter. Your server started. Let me keep this aside and keep this also aside. Yeah. And see if I click on home page. When I say click on contact, I get the contact page. Sir, whatever. When I click on the contact, I get the contact page. So this is different. This is what a get request. So we have configure this one. Whenever I say get request for the contact, so when I click on this contact, I get the path slash contact. So whenever you click on this, you get the contact page, general get request. Okay. So when I submit the form data, that is post request, that's logic is here. Okay, let me fill some data. So my name is something, my name. Okay. So email ID. So naveen.uibrains@gmail.com. I'm not doing any validation here. Subject. So need information about something Angular class, something, and your description. I need an online class. Something. So let me switch on the terminal. Yeah, I tell you all the process now. Whenever I click on submit, this form data sent to this path. Here I am catching the entire form data, printing on the console as a return, as a result. Response.send to file contact.html. So same page will reload, but ultimately we get the form data here. When I click on submit, see, you get the form data here. username, my name, email I got, subject also I got, description also I got, and also the same page has got reloaded. It has to get the success page. That's okay. We get the form data. So this how you will get the form data at server side. So we had done here is we only get the form data, nothing has done. But this form data we have to what do you call? We have to push to the database. Once you get form data here, now from the client we got form data to server, and this form data we have to send to the server for storage. And once storage is confirmed, get the result from the database and send a response accordingly, successfully installed, I mean stored inside database. Just respond back to here. Fine. So we got a form data at least here. So that's how you can handle form data. So now next, one more thing. As of now, what are we doing is we are making get requests, we are making post requests, but we are doing everything in a HTML page. But if you talk about real time, the real website will be. So let me talk about again website, front end and back end. Okay, so front end is we must not use responses from HTML. I tell you, front end we have to use Angular or Angular or React to do the complete front end, like validations, creating the HTML pages, everything like a skeleton, everything can be done by the frameworks. But the data which is displaying on the page, so whatever data is gonna coming, that data come from server. So it means front end will be heavyweight, back end will be lightweight. So back end responsibility is get the form data or any request data from the client and respond with always JSON data. Okay, that's the only handling can be done with the backend. So it will get the form data from the client, store into database, and respond with JSON format. If you request some, I need some list of employees. So whenever requesting from the Angular client side, so I need to respond with in a JSON format the complete employees list on the backend. So that data I'll get it and I'll loop it and I'll display. I know how to display on the page using Angular. I'll display. And whenever I create a new employee, I'll submit the form data. So form data sent to server as a JSON data again. It stores it. It send a response back and that display. So I say here client is heavyweight and the backend is lightweight. Okay, so at the backend, generally we are now, as of now, we are making a page also, but this never ever happen. So backend is just an API. API means the application programming interface. I talk about this in tomorrow's class. So here, how to make get requests, post requests, put requests, and delete requests from the clients, and how to respond data. Only the backend API we have to build. That's again a REST API. I talk about REST API also tomorrow. So entire only the REST API things can be done at server side with the database. So last class we have discussed about how to make get and post requests with Express server. Okay. So now today we are going to discuss about REST API calls with the server. Okay. So what is this REST is? It's a representational stage API. First of all, what exactly this API? Application Programming Interface. It means let me draw the diagram. See, assume this is your application. Okay, this is your application, and you have made an application, and this application want to connect to some other external application. Suppose, okay, let's take this is our app. Okay, So this is want to connect to some other app which is developed by someone else. Okay, so this is made for some payments. Okay, so this person has made a payments to various banks, okay, different banks and all. So now we are not going to develop all these payments and all. We are just going to interact programmatically with this application, and we can able to get data through this application to our application. So how these two can be interact each other is through the concept called API. So API means application programming interface. So this application programmatically interacts with this application. So this guys will give some sort of URLs in the form of URLs to access to their data. So if you have access that URL from your application, so you can able to connect to their business logic from here. Okay. So how those URLs looks like? So let's take an example. Suppose, can you please mute everyone? Yeah. So now, uh, okay. See here. So generally, what type of data? I mean, how can you interact with other environments? As of now, here we are interacting with our server only, but the paths will be like this. Suppose, assume in the client side, I want to get all the employees' data. So we're gonna make a request from the clients is something like HTTP colon slash slash 127.0.0.1 colon slash sorry 3000 slash API slash employees. Okay. So from the get request, whenever I'm making for this particular URL slash employees, so you have to return all the employees. So let's do that. Usage. What the usage is? Get all the employees. So when you want to fetch all the employees, you have to make a this type of URL. All the employees. Okay. Next step. I want to get only one employee. Get single employee. How to get a single employee is again you have to make a get request. Okay, so fetch means only one request. So it has to be see slash API slash employees. You get all employees. Now I'll make slash one. So the employee with the ID one is going to return single employee, and then I'll say 10. So employee with ID 10. So 1000. So 500 something. So employee with this ID is going to be written. Okay, so that's one. Get a single employee. Okay, and one more. To complete code operation, you have to do with the backend. Okay, so now I want to create new employee. Okay, create a new employee. So create a new employee. It's a post request. So for creating new employee, we are not going to pass the ID because for new employee, we can't decide the employee ID. So the backend, the server has to take the decision what could be the ID for the next new employee. Okay. So we are going to send like we are going to submit a form data. So we have to catch the form data. And for that form data, while inserting into this a backend, any server or file, so it has to decide what could be the maximum ID. Okay, so here we are not going to pass um, any ID. We just pass only same thing. So this is again it's a get request. It's a post request. Same URL, but it's a post request. It is going to create a new employee. Next, another one. I want to update. Okay, so update an existing employee. So how to update is we're going to use the put request. So URL will be this one. So why again this one is I want to update single employee, one particular employee I want to update. So it must be there already, the ID inside your backend in your database. So I'm passing ID along with the updated information. So that data has to be updated for this particular ID. That's one update. And last one, I want to delete. Okay, so delete an employee. So to delete an employee, you have to pass again a URL. That's a delete request. Delete request, and you need to pass the ID as well, because which employee you want to delete. So you have to pass the ID so that that particular employee will be deleted. So this URL's interaction to the backend is called API. Through this URL only you can able to call the functions of the backend server. Okay. So to test these URLs, we are using Insomnia software. First, I'll make these requests first. Okay, this setup, and then we'll talk about how to test these APIs. Okay, and then uh, so you have to make this particular employees URL. So here REST API, this is called REST API, but here we don't have any database, right? We don't have database till now. We have not discussed what is MongoDB, how to make these or this type of operations. But still, in this example, I'm going to show you. I'll just take one JSON file. Okay, so instead of database, I'll take one JSON file. So I want to do all these CURD operations like create, read, update, delete. It's like a see get is nothing but read operation. This also read operation. Okay. For all these operations, I'm going to do with a normal JSON file in my local, and after that, we'll learn database, and let's make the same uh, functionality with database. We'll see. Okay, so let's create an Express server and let's configure all these URLs. So back to uh, WebStream, I create a folder. So right click new directory. So something 11 underscore express underscore REST API. Okay, so let me create a folders. So I create a directory. It's for public, and I create a new directory for routing. Okay, routes, and I create another directory for views. Anyway, we are not making any views, only JSON data we are representing, and one more routes required. Okay, one JavaScript. Let's make app.js. Okay, fine. First, before we start with Express.js and all, we need to uh, install the Express. So let me right click, open in terminal. Okay, just say npm install Express. Oh, sorry. First, you have to get the package.json, right? Yeah. So npm init, press enter. So it asks for several questions. Package name, yes. Version, okay. Description, Express with REST API. Entry point app.js. Test command, no. Git, no. Keywords, no. Author, license, yes. Okay. So I got now package.json. So now let me install Express. Npm install Express -save. Express.js installed. So along with Express.js, I'm going to install another module. So first I have installed Express, and one more I want to install is body parser, because I need to handle the post request, the form submission I want to catch. So I need another module called body parser. Let's quickly install this as well. So npm install body parser and save. Okay, installed. So let's make the server setup. So let's make constant express is equal to express. Sorry, you have to load it. Require express, and the constant app is equal to express. You have to initialize. Next, constant path is equal to require. I need a path module to construct the path, and I need a host name 127.0.0.1. That's a host name, and the constant port number. I need 3000 port number, and let's make app.get request. So for the slash comma one listener. So here request and response. So let's make response dot send. So I'm gonna make normal HTML like h2 slash h2. Let's make some style color red, and just say welcome to Express REST API calls. Okay, and I also write here paragraph tag. So please use slash API slash employees for REST API. Okay, it's done. So let's make app.listen to the port number and the host name, comma one callback. So here I'll write a normal console log. So console.log express. So server is started at http colon slash slash host name colon port number. Done. So I have made express server logic, and let me start the server once. So back to REST API. I'm gonna start with nodemon. So nodemon space app.js. So it is started. So when I click on this URL, yes, I get the message. Welcome to Express with REST API calls, and please use slash API slash employees for the REST API, like this slash API slash employees like that. Okay. So now this page is done, and I want to redirect. I want to convert all the calls. See, when I make slash, it's gonna get this URL, right? What I want is this URL slash API. So for API specific routings, I want to keep it in a separate router folder. So here I tell you some different approach. Just see here. In the routers, I'll create a new JavaScript that is index.js. Okay, so index.js. So here I'm gonna write. Let me load constant express is equal to require. This is another way of making the routings. Actually, this is the perfect way of making routes. See, I show you. Let's make express, and then so constant router is equal to express dot router. Okay, so here We don't need to export the function and all. We can just make a direct logic. So router, let's do one thing. Get request. So let's make get request. So what I do is router dot get. So when I'm making a slash comma one callback. So here you will get request and response. Yeah. So as a return, nothing I'm doing here. Response. I want to just get something. Respond.json. So I say an object. Let's make name. It's a get request. Okay, fine. So let me export this. So module dot exports is equal to router. Okay, so there is a router function inside Express. So that router function I'm going to using to make all the routes. And let me configure this particular file for routing purpose in my application. Okay, so here. So what I do, how to configure the routes is, so you can configure anywhere. Let's configure here after that. So let's make application routing. Okay, so how to configure is, I have to load that. So I write constant index router is equal to require dot slash the custom module roots slash index.js, and this index router I'm going to configure here. So let's say app dot use. So here let's make slash API. So any request which is starting with slash API, all of those can be redirected to the index router. This is how you can configure. See, I have loaded the index router, and here what I'm doing is app.use slash API. So if it is normal slash request empty, you're gonna get this as a response. When any request which is coming for slash API, which is gonna send to the index router. So that index router is gonna take care about routes. So here again slash is there. So this is the, okay, I show you. So how this gonna work? So let me go here. See, when I make normal slash request, like when I make a empty slash, I'm gonna get this one, but I'm not getting this thing because it is also slash only. But when this is configured to the Express server, it is configured with slash API. So it's nothing but this URL will be slash API slash something. So let's make that now here slash API just slash. So now you get the answer. See, name it's get request. So from API you can hit get. So any request which starts from slash API will move to the separate router, is a separate module. And anything else you want to configure, you want to extend your application like admin slash something, admin slash create, admin slash delete. You can go to some admin router. Okay, so profile slash something, you can go to profile router like that. Okay, so API I want to interfere with the backend API. So I made this API slash employees. Okay, but I need something like slash employees. So here you can make employees slash employees. So how to configure is, I mean how to use this is slash API slash employees will be here. So here nothing is gonna get because we have made slash employees. So when I make slash employees, yes, you get the request. Okay, fine. So this is how we have to configure. So let's make all the, I mean, configurations, and then we'll start about the logic. So first of all, it's get request. So get all the employees. I need one more. So get a single employee. So for single employee, I need to pass employee slash ID colon ID. Okay. Next, let's make a post request. Post request create a new employee. So post request create. So get request is for read. This also for read. Next. So let me copy this, paste it. But post is just normal what employees only. And for put employee slash one is a put request. One more thing. It's a get. It's a get. It should be post. And this is for put request. And it has to update an employee. So it's a put request and employee slash some ID. You have to pass the ID to update the particular employee. And finally, delete. So delete an employee, and it should be delete. Okay, so delete also you need to pass the ID because I have made a ID for that. So colon slash colon ID. So ID will be dynamic, so I'll make colon. It's a request parameter. We have already discussed the request parameters in the last class. This one. Okay. So we have configure get all the employees, read a single employee, create a new employee, update employee, and also delete employee. Okay. So let me write the actual logic. But before that, we don't have any database to display this particular data. So let's quickly create a JSON file with some static data, and then we'll talk about how to fetch, read, and update, and how to test also I show you. So we need one JSON. So I'll just go to some mockup. Let me go to Google, and I will search for Mockeru. Yeah, Sharad.
Uh,
Yeah.
one quick question. You said that we will use like a MongoDB, right? Database too,
Wait.
maybe.
After this example, we'll start MongoDB.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let me open this. Yeah. So here, ID, first name, last name, email, gender, IP address. Fine. I don't want to change this field, so I'll just make existing fields only. So I need just backup some 10 employees in a JSON format and no null values. Let me download this and go to the folder structure. Let me open that. Yeah. So I'll get this data. So I create one database folder. So inside I'll create one new file, employees.json. Inside I'll paste. So now I have an employee of 10 records. So 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 10 employees I have. And let me read this data and update also here, delete also here. Okay, assume this is your database. Okay, as of now. So tomorrow we'll start with actually in MongoDB. Fine. So what to do here? So get requests for employees. So whenever I'm making, where is this? Yeah. So whenever I'm making this particular URL, I need to fetch all the employees in a JSON format. So let me read the JSON file and display over here. So for reading, we need one FS module and path module. So let me quickly load them. One is FS is equal to require fs module, and the constant path is equal to require path module. Okay, so fs module and path module has been loaded. So what I do is delete this. You have to read. Okay, so fs dot read file. So I'll give path dot join underscore underscore directory name. But when I say underscore underscore directory name, it's gonna give you, but this is inside root folder. So if you come out from the folder, then you can see database folder, and then you can see the JSON file. Okay, so I'll do here, comma, dot dot to come out from the folder, comma. You can see the database folder, comma, the file name. Is it employees? Yes, employees.json. So employees.json. Okay, that's a path and read file. So let's make UDF8 and one callback. So this callback is gonna have two things. One is error and data. So if any error, just throw the error and then data. So let me return, not return. Okay, I get data, right? So data, you have to send it as a response. So I can write response.json, response.json, but this data is like a string format. Okay, but I'll display that data. Or else shall we convert this to the objects? Okay, anyway, JSON format, no, it'll take it. So response.json of data. So what I'm doing here is whenever you're making a request, I'm just reading the entire JSON file and I'm just displaying JSON data over here. So let me save that and let me test this application. And I'm not going to test this application backend from the browser because I need to set up only get request you can test over here. Let's see, only get request. Why like this? Is that correct? But it came like a string. I'll do one thing. JSON dot parts of data. Okay, looks good. Fine. So I write a proper data. Let employees. So JSON dot parts, because that contains actually in a text format. So I just parse it to the JSON format, and that JSON format I substitute here. So that's same answer you get. Okay, so whenever I'm making API slash employees request, I get the data in this format, all the 10 records. But I don't want to use the browser because browser can only do the get request. But we don't have any forms, we don't have any HTML things to test my backend. So that's why we're gonna use one REST API client. So how to test the backend API is you have to use one REST API client. So that acts as a client. This acts as a your browser side application to send form data and all. Okay, so to test put request, get request, and everything. So I show you that thing now. So we have already installed software called Insomnia. So Insomnia, it is an alternate for Postman. If you're using Postman, you can well and good, you can use it, or else you can start with Insomnia. So this software, let me open this one. Let me open this. Okay, so I have already something. So let me delete all. So I'm gonna create everything from the scratch. So first of all, you will not be having anything. Okay, so it will be like this empty software. So whenever you want to make a new request, do the control N. So control N. Okay, so what is your request? So my request is now to be read all the employees. So let's say read. Okay, let's make like this. Is a get request. Anyway, get will be display. So read all employees. You have to make a request name and then what type of request it is. Is a get request or post request, put patch, delete, what? It's a get request. Select get and then click on a create. Okay, so it is created. You want to test it. So to test what could be the URL? URL is we have already made. This is the URL. So let me copy the URL and paste over here. So this is going to connect to your Express server and fetch the results like this. See, now I enter URL API/employees. So because my server is running on this port number /API/employees and click on a send button. So when I click on send, yes, I got a response in a JSON format. Employee 1, 2, 3, 4, like 10 employees I got. And you want to cross check. See, Ted is the first employee. Back to your application. Uh, Employees.json. See, Ted Nurick is the first employee. Okay, like this. And some person, Ruthie Lewis. Yeah, last person. So we are able to fetch data. So get request successful. We can able to get all the data. So if we can able to do up to here at server side, and from client side, I'm going to get the same data at the client side when I request a URL. See, as of now here, you are sending a request from the REST API client, but in future, we have to make these particular URLs from the Angular application so that we'll fetch it and display on the client side. Okay, so I'm not doing any client side logic because we are not supposed to do any client side logic from a server. The only server means API. Okay, so get request has done, and let's make another request. So get request to get the single employee. So particular employee I want to fetch. So how? So delete this. So I will copy this and I'll paste it. I want to read the data from the same employee.json. Here I got the employees, but I have to pick up single employee. So I get the ID. Let me get this ID. So that is with a request parameter. So let's something employee ID is equal to request object dot params request object dot params dot ID. You get the ID, and but ID is going to come in a string format. Let me convert that to number. So number dot parse int of ID. So this we have seen yesterday how to fetch request parameters. Yeah, so number dot parse int of request parameter ID. I get the employee ID, and this employee ID I need to filter out this data to fetch particular employee. So I write let selected employee is equal to employees dot find to get a only single employee. Here I gonna write a function. So you get each employee, and I'm gonna return employee dot ID because we have its ID. Okay, so employee dot ID is equal to the employee ID what I'm searching for. This employee ID which is coming from the URL, that ID and matching employee ID instead of these employees. So I get a selected employee, and the selected employee I'm going to return here. Okay, so whatever ID you're going to pass, that particular ID employee object is going to come as a response to get a single employee. So let me test this out. Back to Insomnia, but I want to create a new request because it's not get all employees. I want to create new request for the second one, get a single employee. Okay, so back to Insomnia, do control N for my name. Yeah, here get a single employee, and is again a get request create. Okay, so what is the URL to get a single employee? So this is the URL. So I'll paste. Okay, so employee slash one, when I send, I get a single employee. So when I change the ID to and enter, I get the second employee. So when I enter 10, maximum 10 is there. So 10 employee. So you can just search for any other employee. If you're searching for other employee which is not exist, so you simply get nothing as a response. Okay, so 10 I got. So now single employee also is working. So two things has done with the API. Second one, post means I want to create a new employee and create a new ID. Okay, let's start with the post request now. So back to here, post request. So I want to, I'll delete this. So to create new employee, post request means from the client side, you are going to submit a form data because a new employee data is going to come from the client side through what? Through a form data. So form data means through request.body you're going to get. But when you want to get a post request like a form submission data, you need to configure the body parser, right? Otherwise you can't able to get this post request. So let me configure the body parser and then let me fetch the post request. So I have already installed body parser. Let me configure that with app.js. So back to here. So let's say constant. Mm, what I do is, let's say body parser is equal to require. It's a body parser third party module. And for this body parser, there are two other things to be configured. One is router. One second. Let me go to Google. I search for body parser. Okay. So body parser. So how to configure is you have to install done, loading done. Yeah. So then you have to configure. Yeah. You have to configure the JSON parser and encoded parser. Let me just copy these two and I load them here. So JSON parser means you're gonna get data in a JSON format. URL encode means it will encode the URL and give you the data. Okay, so both I have to configure. So how to configure the middleware is, so I have configured the routing, but let me configure the body parsers. So let's make app.use. I use JSON parser and also app.use. I'll use URL encoder body parser. So once you have configured like a middleware here, so we don't need to mention the extra again as a parameter. Actually, in the last class we have configured here, right? We have used as a third parameter, but not required. Once you have configured like this, is a new approach again. Once you have configured here, we don't need to use that as a second parameter. It automatically comes because this will be taken care by the Express.js. Okay, so nothing else can be done extra here. So what I do is get by data. So so let me read this data first. So I got all the employees and I got employees, but I have to get the employees data from the URL from the form submission. So I say let new employee is equal to one object, but here I need to pass an ID. but this ID, um, anyway, from the client you are not passing ID. I need to create a new ID based on my existing data. So how to create a new ID? But already there are some IDs. See, for read all employees, I selected. If I click on send, see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 10. So the next employee you're going to create ID will be 11. So I want to fetch in the entire data, which is the maximum ID. So I have to filter out this and to fetch. For this, I'm going to use a map function of arrays. Yeah, I show you what I mean. So I write let uh, max IDs. Okay, the same employee IDs is equal to employees dot. There's a function called map. So this is same like a filter or find, like it accepts again a callback function with array. Again accepts a callback function with each employee. So here no condition. So what you gonna map? I return employee dot id. Okay. So here what is gonna happen is this employees dot map function will give you each employee. So return employee dot id. It means it creates an array of all the IDs of each employee. Okay, so this is gonna get an array of all the employees IDs. If you want to cross check, let me copy this and I'm gonna send as a response. Okay, so let's check what is the employee IDs is gonna come. Okay, so let's create a post request and then send it for. So control N for the new request. So post. Okay, not post. Let's make a create new employee, and it's going to be the post request and then create. Okay, so let's make a URL. So post request URL is going to be this one. I'll send. So nothing I'm passing because I'm not catching any data. I just want to check what is the employee IDs. So when I send, yes, I get an array of all the employee IDs using a map function. Okay, I can even make a shortcut for this function instead of writing these many lines. So you can make an arrow function. Okay, and you can get rid of this extra parenthesis. You can make even shortcut, like let's go with a shortcut. You don't need to make written, and this one, and you need this. Okay, so employees that map each employee, it gives you the each employee ID. So this is gonna get the array. So same thing only, but I made a shortcut, same data. But in this, whenever I want to create a new employee, that employee ID will be maximum. I mean maximum plus one. So I have to find the maximum. So I use math.max. So I write like this. Here something max ID is equal to, I use math.max here. But math.max, I think we have already discussed about spread operator. So this array you're gonna send it, you have to make a spread operator dot dot dot. So all this array employees, I mean all this array elements is gonna spread as a parameters for max function. So when I say math.max, so in the array, which is the maximum number that is gonna return in the max ID. So let me just display the max ID as of now. So let's check. If I send, I get the 10. Yes, I get exactly the last ID is 10. Okay. But for the new ID is going to be the max ID plus 1. Okay. And also get the data from the form. So let new employee is equal to one object. Employee ID is going to be the max ID plus 1. For the next employee, it should be the max ID plus 1. And then the first name and last name I have to fill out. So first name So first name. So how to get the first name is to the request dot body. So I write request object dot body dot. So what could be the name of the parameter? I write the same first underscore name. Okay. Next. So last name. I get request dot body dot last underscore name and email. So request dot body dot email and what else? Gender and IP address. Okay, so let's make gender. So request dot body dot gender comma IP underscore address is gonna be the request dot body dot IP underscore address. So make sure your client side form should be having a same name parameter like this because I'm just fetching from that property that object only. Okay, now I created new employee with a max ID plus one, the next ID, and the first name, last name, email, gender, IP address. And let me push this to the existing employees and create, let me write this data to the same file. Okay, so what I do, employees dot push new employee. So the employees array, I'm going to push this data. So now this employees is having a full length of existing employee and the new employee, and this has to be right back to the same file. Okay. When you're doing the backend database operation, you don't have these many operations. You have a direct functions, but as a developer, you should know how to deal with JSON files. So that's how I'm showing. I got employees now, the full-fledged employees now with the new employee, and this we have to write back to this file. So let me write it back. So fs dot write to file same. It will be the same path. So fs dot write file same JSON and data. So what is your data? My data is employees, but while writing to JSON, one more rule we have already discussed. While writing to JSON, you have to convert this to string and write. So I write JSON dot stringify of employees, comma ut of age and the callback. So here I'll get the error. Okay. Okay, yeah, please. You can unmute yourself. Huh.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah.
There we are getting data back from like JSON. If employee.json is this, whatever we are getting right
Hmm.
from JSON data.
Hmm.
And then where are we putting? Are we putting this on a file like txt file?
No, JSON
No,
only,
actually.
same file.
So actually, I didn't. What I didn't understand is like where are we getting data from and where are we putting data now?
See, first time I'm reading for employee.json, right?
Right.
So this is having 10 employees.
Okay.
So let employees equal to JSON.pass. I got now proper employees object because this is like in a string format. Once I pass it, I got an object.
Object.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
From that, when I want to add a new employee, I need to fetch existing ID. So already some 10 employees are there. So
Right.
max ID is 10. So with this process, I got a max ID. And from the client, we are not going to pass ID because we have to generate a dynamic ID. Okay, so from the max ID plus one, I made ID, but first name, last name, and all which come from the client as a form data. So I create a new employee. So now existing employees is there. For that, I have added a new employee, and then this has to store back to the JSON again, right? Because when you
Oh,
want to fetch next time, when you want to fetch the employee, see,
mhm.
through this process, when you want to fetch again, it has to get from same employee.json. So once you have done this process, this again push back to the same JSON so that I can retrieve the new employee data. So now what I'm doing, this new employees, I'm writing back to the here. So existing employees will be replaced with the new employees data. And that too I'm doing stringify, because while putting back to the JSON, you have to convert to stringify and do it. While getting from the JSON, you have to parse it. I think we have discussed in the JSON's concept
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah, I got it, sorry.
Yeah, okay. So writing back to the JSON, so I got error. Okay, I'll make this. So if any error, just throw the error. Yeah, I know it's slight confusion one because a lot of things to do. Because if it is database, it will be easy. Just call a function for save, update, delete, and all. But this is as a developer, we should know this process. So simple only, nothing much. Yeah. So write back to here, and as a response, what you're gonna get? As a response, I'm gonna get a new employee. Okay, because I want to see what the new employee has been created. Okay, so now the post request has been done. Okay, and we don't have any client or form data to test it. We only test with Insomnia. I tell you how to test the post request and how to send the form data also from the post request from the Insomnia. I show you. So now let's make a post request to employees. See, already post request I have created employees, but have to fill in data of this thing. ID must not pass, it will take care automatically, and I need to get this data. So first of all, I show you how many employees are there. When I click on get all employees, I send it. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 10 employees are there. So next time when I fill in data, it has to be 11. So go to post request. So where you fill in data here is just select this body tab. In this, there is yeah, form URL encoded. So this is the place you're going to write your data. So let me select this form URL encoded. So here, what is a field? What could be the value? So I say first underscore name. So why I'm writing first underscore name only? Because request dot body dot first name. So that could be the property is going to fetch for the same property. So this is the property names from the client. Even when you're writing a client set form also, name should be first underscore name only, because I have hard code that's like this. Okay, so first name. Okay, I create my name here. Next, last underscore name, email. So Naveen at uibrains.com. Next, gender and IP address. So IP underscore address. So I just give some dummy. So 127.65.25 dot something. Okay. So I fill out the form data and I'm just making a post request and click on send. See, you get an ID of 11 because what you have taken max ID. Max ID plus 1 is going to ID. ID is 11 and first name, last name also is got from the REST API clients and this one. So as a response, what you got is a new employee. So what is a new employee we created and we got? Okay. And we want to cross check are really inserted or not. So go to get all employees requests and send it again. It was 10 only. If I send again, now check, see 11. So 11 and my name and this is insertion happen. It means you can able to create a new employee using this path. Understood? So this is what create new employee. So one more thing is pending, or two things are pending. One is updates and deletes. Okay, so let's do this one. So put is working, I mean post is working for create new employee. Let's make a put request. So here, let me update the existing employee with the ID. Okay, how to update is So let's watch. First I read the data and I need to get the employee ID. So let employee ID is equal to number dot parse. I had to parse it. Pass into request object dot params because the request parameter dot ID. Okay. So I got the employee ID. So let me update existing employee. How to update? We don't need the selected employee. Do we need this? Okay. So update means what is actually you're gonna get from the the client. You will get ID as well as the form data. So ID I got. So if I pass ID, can I do one thing? Can I make a shortcut for this? Okay. So through this ID, employee ID, I'm gonna get the selected employee, but not selected employee. I want to update a new employee. Okay, let me get a new employee and update over here. Shall we do one thing? Okay, so let's new employee is equal to one object because what is the updated thing? Okay, let's make updated employee. I'll take. So this data is gonna get from the client. So I'll make an ID through URL you are getting, that is my employee ID, comma. What you want is first name. So first name, last name from the parameter, I'll make the same here. So first name, last name, email, gender, IP address. So updated data is gonna come from the client itself. Okay, so this employee I want to update. Update means I want to replace in the employees with new data. First tell me how to replace an existing data. Suppose I tell you one simple question. Suppose you have an array, right? Let's just make a language H, sorry, J for JavaScript. Yeah. Suppose you let employees, okay, let's say colors is equal to an array. Okay, so here we have white, comma, black, comma, silver. Okay, so here I want to replace this black with blue. What is the function you're gonna call? I want to replace this black with blue. How to replace? You're gonna replace color. Sorry, so colors array, right? So colors dot splice is a function. So for remove or replace, splice is the function. So you have to pass the index of existing elements. Existing element black. Black index is 1, comma. How many elements you want to replace? Only one element, comma. So what is the element you want to replace? It's a blue. So this is a function to replace the existing element inside of an array, right? Index is 1. Only one element I want to replace with what element is blue. So same story, I want to replace with new employee. So already some employee is there. I want to replace with a new employee in that index position. So I got existing employee, new employee, updates. So what I do is employees dot splice. Here you have to get the index of existing employee. So I will write. Let me do. Okay. Employees dot index of selected employee. Okay, so existing employee index of means you get the index because we don't know exactly what is the index. So if you pass the employee, the index of, you get the index. So comma 1. So only one element I want to replace with updated employee. Okay, so this is to replace. Okay, right here. replace the existing employee with updated employee. This is the function to replace. And after that, now this employees array is gonna having with update employees data, and this we have to push back to the same JSON. So I'll do the right function again to replace back, and we don't need the response now here. It's already there here. So fs.write file back to here and stringify of employees, yes. And what you're gonna display? I'll display the updated employee. Okay. So this is the process of updation of existing employee. So I will just test this application now. Put request. Okay, so let me do this. Back to Insomnia. Let me do Control N for the new request. So this is update an existing employee. So what request is going to be the put request? Click on create. Yes, put request is created. And what is the URL? URL for put is this one. Okay, this one. Please check once when I want to fetch a single employee. See, employee/1 I send. See, employee/1 for ID1 data is Ted Nurick, something is there already. I want to update this Ted with some other person data. Okay, so for that I use put request /1, but what data you're going to pass is encoded form URL. I'll say the first underscore name. Some Ted something was there, so I'll make Rajan, and last underscore name, Jain, email, is that same order? Yeah, email some Rajan at gmail.com, and gender, mail, to IP address. So I'm gonna give something 198.56.23. something. Okay, so some person data was there. Let's check. Yeah, ID is Ted Nurick, some other person data. So I'm updating with Rajan and Jain and something for ID1. When I click on send is a put request. When I click on send, see, ID1 has been updated with Rajan, Jain, and this one. You can even go to your see employee.json. It is changed first name Rajan, Jain, and all this. You can even fetch the data instead of checking over here. You can fetch all the employees. Sender. See, it was Ted. If I send again, see, now employee one replaced with Rajan, Jain, Gmail, mail, and IP address. Understood? So this how let me fetch single employee. I get Rajan now. Okay. So we have done now get request done, post request done, put request done. Let's lastly delete. I want delete an existing employee. So for delete, again back to here, delete. So delete first. Let me ID. I need to get the ID. So let employee ID is equal to what you're gonna do. Yeah, same thing, same story. Employee dot parse into request dot params request dot params dot ID. You get employee ID. And let me read this entire data. So I'll read like this. Yeah, read file. So I get the employees. So in that, the selected employee. So let's make this line shorten. Okay. See here, I got the employee ID. So that ID you're gonna pass from here. I got ID. So that ID specific employee also I got. So now I want to remove this employee from this employees array. So how to remove? Again back to the same story. Here I want to remove black. How to remove black? you can do colors dot splice, color dot splice 1 comma 1. It means black index is 1 comma, from there how many elements to be removed? Only one element to be removed. So I want a same story. Suppose you want to remove the silver, is 2 comma 1. So index of 2 comma 1. So one element you want to remove from that ID. So I'm going to use the same function. So splice of existing employee ID, I mean existing employee index comma 1. So here I'll do employees dot splice. What is the existing employees ID? So let's make employees dot index of selected employee, index of selected employee. So that ID is gonna get comma 1. So this is remove the selected employee from the array. So from the array, employees or index of this employee comma 1. So from this index, one element will be removed. Okay, so now employees will be having removed one element, and this again write back to the file. So how to write this one? So copy, paste. So fs dot write file. I'm writing back the new employees data to the file, and as a response, I'm gonna get this normal message outside. So employee is removed from DB, no database actually JSON. Okay, you want to just get the ID. So just say employee ID. Okay, this is as a response when you delete an employee from this ID. Okay, let's check. So delete request, we have to test it. So back to Insomnia. Let me create a git delete request. So Control N. So delete an employee. So it is what type of request? The delete request create. Okay, delete request. So you have to pass the URL. This is the URL. Yep. So first delete before delete, because we have already done everything. So let's test one more time. So read all employees. First one get. So one is Rajan, two is Brini, something something, and my name. Okay, 11 employees are there. So when I say get a single employee, when I make a URL 11, so it's gonna get a person with ID 11, my data. When I say something called /5, I get data. So this is working and this is working. And post we have already seen new employee. Put we have updated. So what is my plan is, so I say get all employees. I got all employees. So which one you want to delete? I delete this one. I delete ID number 11, Naveen. So this data I want to delete. So what I do? Delete request. You have to pass this ID to delete. Just pass ID and there's a delete request and click on send. Yes, you got a response. See what is the response we given? Employee removed from DB databases ID. So employee removed from DB ID is 11. Okay, so once it is removed, back to read all employees, and it was like this 11. When I click on send, okay, only 10 is there, 11 has been removed. Okay, so delete also working. So as of now, what we have done here is everything we are doing with JSON file. In future, from tomorrow onwards, we're gonna introduce MongoDB. So these operations has to be done with actually database. Okay, we don't need to store like a file system. We need to do with database. That's one thing. And then once we're done with database, we will do these operations with database. We do two approach. One is our local database, which is installed in your system. And one more approach is we do the same operations, which is there in database, which is there in the cloud. Okay, in the Google database, how to connect to that server and how to delete that data. So that two approaches we'll see. One is local database, one is cloud database. So after you finish that, so that's a complete end of backend story. So in the backend, we have done our API. So once we have finished that, let's switch back to the client. There we're gonna learn TypeScript and then Angular. So then in Angular again the same concept will come, how to do HTTP calls to the backend server. So that's a place where we're gonna make these type of URLs and get this data from the server and display back on the client. From Angular we will make these requests. It is just an client, but it's not actually an application. We have to make a front end to do these operations. Okay, so that we're gonna see from Angular. Okay.